Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome members, officers, and members of the public in the chamber and watching at home to this in-person licensing subcommittee hearing. Please note that the meeting is being live streamed and the recording will be available following the meeting on our YouTube channel. Election of chair. Can I please request nominations for chair of this meeting of the subcommittee?
I'll nominate Tim Johnson, please.
Okay. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Tim Johnson? Thank you. If no objection from members, I can confirm that Councillor Tim Johnson is therefore elected as chair for this meeting, and I will now hand over to them.
Thank you, Robbie. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the council chambers. We'll try and keep this as painless as possible. Obviously, we'll have a good discussion throughout the day. If I could just ask everybody to be as succinct as possible. And then we can review the matters as we go through. Could I first of all have a nomination for the reserve member? So Councillor Bryony May is nominated. Could I have a seconder for Councillor May?
Yes, I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor May is therefore the reserve member at this subcommittee meeting. Could I please now invite the committee manager to outline the hearing preliminary, which is detailed on page 3 of the agenda pack?
Thank you, Chair. So the subcommittee will consist of 3 voting members with a 4th non-participating member listening to the hearing. Licensing officer. The licensing officer will be invited to present their report, and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the licensing officer. Other persons requesting the review, that's Bygrave Parish Council. The Bygrave Parish Council representative will be invited to present its submission, and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the Parish Council representative. Other persons supporting the review. The other persons supporting the review will be invited in turn to present their submissions, and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may also ask questions of the other persons supporting the review. Other persons opposing the review will be invited in turn to present their submissions, and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the other persons opposing the review. The premises licence holders' representatives will be invited to present their submission, and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the premises licence holder representatives. Closing statements. Each group in the following order will be invited to make closing statements to the subcommittee. Questions may not be asked by other parties of the subcommittee at this stage, and that will be the licensing officer, the other persons supporting the review, Bygrave Parish Council representatives, the other persons opposing the review, and the premises licence holder representatives. Finally, the decision. The subcommittee will undertake their deliberations in private and return to announce their determination in the council chamber, and this will be shown on the live stream. However, if members of the public leave the chamber or building during the deliberations, the subcommittee will not wait until all parties have returned to make this announcement. A copy of the decision will be forwarded to all parties electronically as soon as practicable. Are there any questions before we proceed with the meeting? No, back to you then, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, James. Could I please invite the legal advisor, Dimple Rupchand, to outline the matters for consideration at this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. You're here today to determine an application for the review of a premises licence granted to AE and WA Far Limited for the premises at Bygrave Plantation, land adjacent to 1 Caldecott Road, Newnham. The application engages all of the 4 licensing objectives, which is the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, the prevention of public nuisance, and the protection of children from harm. In determining this application, members must have regard to the representations that you will hear today and take such steps as it considers appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. Members can either modify the conditions of the premises licence, which can include adding new conditions or any alterations or omissions of an existing condition, exclude a licensable activity from the scope of the licence, remove the designated premises supervisor, suspend the licence for a period of time, or revoke the licence. In deciding what action to take, if any, the licensing authority should, so far as possible, seek to establish the cause or causes of the concerns that the representations identify. The remedial action should generally be directed at these causes and should always be should be no more than appropriate and proportionate response to address the causes of concern that has instigated the review today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I please now invite Steve Cobb, the licensing manager, to present any additions or amendments to the report?
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid my speech is going to be a lot lengthier than our legal officer, but I think it will contribute to the smooth running of the hearing. First of all, I'd just like to say I'm attending on behalf of the case officer, James Vaughan, who's handled this application throughout, but he is unfortunately leaving the council today and is otherwise engaged. So I've stepped in to represent him and I will do my best. I'll start with the updates to the original published documentation. There is one amendment to the officer's report. In paragraph 4.3, the correct number of representations supporting the review should be 38. There was a published error in the report. Also, when I looked through the paperwork, I noticed that Appendix E contained some original errors. One representation was totally redacted when it shouldn't have been, and some other representations were missed out. So a new Appendix E was published and circulated with the hearing invites. So everybody has seen it. And for the purposes of people supporting the review, Appendix E1 should be read in conjunction with Appendix E. I also noticed that Appendix E didn't always contain the name of the other person. Therefore, to assist the subcommittee and to assist the licence holders who may not know any of the locals, I've annotated an Appendix E for them with the people's names. So if Mrs. Colgrave, for example, refers to somebody's representation by name, everybody can see who it is. Mr. Payne, on behalf of the licence holders, submitted a defence bundle that's been circulated to all parties. Redactions were made to that bundle to remove personal data and risk to security information that we couldn't allow to go out in the public domain. But I can assure you, Mr. Payne, that the subcommittee received unredacted copies of your defence bundle. Mrs. Colgrave will be speaking on behalf of herself and Bygrave Parish Council and has submitted a PowerPoint presentation which has been circulated to the licence holders and the subcommittee. Mr. Hills, who I believe is a member of the Parish Council, is unable to attend today and he has submitted a written statement that he has asked to be read today by Mrs. Colgrave during her presentation. This has been circulated again to the licence holders and to the subcommittee. All of these documents were submitted in time and so are admissible and can be referred to and presented in today's hearing. No further written evidence can be submitted during the hearing today without all party consent. Can I remind the other persons intending to speak today that they can only refer to issues raised in their written representation. These issues can, of course, be expanded upon. However, new evidence not previously referred to cannot be introduced. Any part of a representation that has been redacted cannot be referred to orally, and the subcommittee don't have the right to challenge that today. So if you're unhappy with the redactions, please don't ask the subcommittee because they have to go with what's published. Appendix D contains responses received from the responsible authorities to assist the subcommittee in understanding each authority's position. It is important that the subcommittee appreciate that none of the representations in Appendix D support the review application. With respect to the police representation, which is a combined response to both this review and a separate variation application, the subcommittee should be aware that the bulk of their representation refers to the variation application and speculation over transport issues relating to a greater attendance. This is not relevant today. The only comments made by the police in respect of the review application is to confirm that they do not hold evidence of crime and disorder associated with the events, although that is likely due to non-reporting. Speculation of the police's response had reports been received is not relevant today. Bearing this in mind, the subcommittee should be very cautious about apportioning weight to Appendix D, other than as evidence that the responsible authorities contained therein have no evidence to support the review. The subcommittee will see that there are many references to the event management plan process during representations, which is required as a condition of the licence. I remind all parties present that this is an approach encouraged by the Council's statement of licensing policy and something that we do for all of our large-scale events. And it's done to facilitate a live document that can be considered by the responsible authorities, each of them professionals in their field, and the Council Safety Advisory Group. While this document cannot be circulated publicly due to its live nature, personal data, commercially sensitive information, security risk, other persons should be aware that the responsible authorities do monitor this information very carefully. It's also discussed at event-specific safety advisory groups. That said, there is no reason why a basic overview of an event, maybe dates, timings, expected capacity, and anticipated infrastructure impact, couldn't be circulated to the residents. Today's hearing is to determine an application to review the existing licence and must consider evidence submitted to ascertain whether the licensing subcommittee believe the current licence adequately promotes the licensing objectives. Unlike hearings for a grant or variation, which do consider the effect or likely effect on the licensing objectives, which invariably involves a degree of speculation, today's decision must be purely evidence-based. Put simply, does the subcommittee believe there is evidence that there is an adverse impact on the licensing objectives during events under the current licence? The Council's vision for licensing at paragraph B6 of its policy says its vision is to ensure that North Hertfordshire continues to offer a diverse range of well-managed licensed venues and community and cultural activities within a safe and enjoyable environment in both the daytime and nighttime economy. That's key because that's the Council's stated position and you should be aware of that. One of the key paragraphs, I believe, today, so apologies for repeating it because it is in your paperwork, is paragraph B10, which states, the Council is aware that those living in the rural communities of the district often do so to enjoy the quiet of a rural location. In making a balanced decision, the Council accepts that the level of disturbance that is reasonable in a rural location will be less than in a town centre location. This could be addressed by reduced licensable activity timings, particularly in the evenings and early mornings, and the frequency of activities. Whilst a one-off event may cause some reasonable disturbance, it would be more tolerable than an event lasting multiple days or occurring numerous times throughout the year. It is for the subcommittee to determine what it believes is reasonable in terms of disturbance in a rural community, having regard to the Council's vision. Happy to answer any questions of fact now, Chair, or throughout the hearing at your discretion. Thank you.
Many thanks, Steve. Do any of the Bygrave Parish Council representatives have any points of clarification for the licensing manager?
Yes, please. Should be quite quick. You'll be pleased to know, Steve. First of all, on the numbers that you quoted for supporting and opposing the review, when I looked at it, I thought there were 32 that have opposed the review. I thought that one was incorrect as well. I wonder if we could just come back to to that. Otherwise, I'll say something wrong later on. It's just a point of detail. The second one was page 7, 5.3 of the report, which refers to the actions that can be taken today. And I just wanted to ask whether it's possible to do a combination of them. So would it be possible, for instance, to suspend the licence for a couple of weeks or something while determining what would be appropriate conditions to put in place going forward? So I appreciate that, you know, well, if it goes the way we'd like it to do, that there might be some, you know, changes to be made to the licence going forward. So I just wondered whether that's a possibility.
Okay, happy for me to answer, Chair.
Yes, please do.
In terms of the number of representations, I'll check that during the
you.
course of the hearing for you. And in response to your second point, yes, where the subcommittee's discretion is engaged and they believe action is appropriate, they can take a combination of any of those measures. But what is important is they must take a stepped approach and start with no action and gradually work up until they believe a resolution has been reached.
Well, they're very quick. One is Phil Hill's statement. If it's okay with you, I'll read it out under the next section. So the other representations supporting a review rather than as part of Bygrave Parish Council, because it's been done in a personal capacity. And then finally, I know and I understand why there's been quite a lot of redaction of supporting comments around the cereals event that was held last year. And I understand that's because it wasn't held under this licence, but it was held under a temporary event notice and that we couldn't refer to it. But in the bundle that's been prepared by the licence holder and the representatives, there are lots of references to the cereals events, including material that's been redacted from Bygrave Parish Council's application. So I just want to check that when we talk about the bundle, we can refer to it, because it feels a little unfair otherwise, because some of the things have not been addressed and we would, you know, question some of the responses as well. So I think in the interest of fairness, we certainly would ask that at that stage, we are able to refer to the cereals event.
Thank you. Yes, in preparing for the hearing today, I spoke to the case officer and he told me that he'd redacted the cereals event because he believed that the alcohol sales were held under a temporary event notice. And so that's why he determined that it wasn't relevant today. There isn't such restriction on the licence holders. They are free to defend their corner, so to speak, in whichever way they wish. But if they raise information today as part of their representation, so for example, make reference to cereals, it's only fair, as long as the chair allows it, that you can respond to those points raised. Yes.
Okay, that's clear. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the other persons supporting the review have any points of clarification for the licensing manager? Okay, thank you. Do any of the other persons opposing the review have any points of clarification for the licensing manager? Oh, I beg your pardon. Sorry. So just to clarify then, does the premises licence holder representative have any points of clarification for the licensing
Chairman,
manager?
I think we fall into two camps here. One is the licence holder and one opposing the review. No, I'm grateful for a very comprehensive and thorough report, and thank you for the report that's just been given as well, Aurel.
Thank you. Do any members of the subcommittee have any points or clarification for the licensing manager? Okay, thank you. Moving on. Can I please now invite the representative of Bygrave Parish Council to present their submission supporting the review?
So good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Colgrave. I live in Upper Bygrave, so I live in one of the homes closest to the festival site, which we refer to as Bygrave Woods rather than Bygrave Plantation. So excuse me, that they are the same thing. I'm representing Bygrave Parish Council today. So Bygrave Parish Council have set up a group a few years ago to help them to look at specific matters that impact the village. So it's anything that's a little bit meatier. And the festivals and the impact they're having on the village fell quite clearly into that category. So I've been working with the parish council and the wider group for a number of years on trying to resolve the issues that we face with the events. Bygrave Parish Council decided in September last year that it would apply for a review of the licence and asked me if I would prepare the documentation that's required. As you'll see, it's quite a lengthy document, which I was very happy to do, but it means I'm well placed to present it and well placed to answer any questions you may have. As Steve said, unfortunately, Phil Hills, the chairman of the parish council, can't be here today. Had a prior engagement that he simply couldn't rearrange. I'd like to say it's a bit of a bittersweet moment for us today. We really did not want to have to apply for a review of the licence. We've tried really hard to sort things out directly with the licence holder, event manager, noise consultant, but it just hasn't proved possible. So we just didn't feel we had any option. On the plus side, we are very pleased that we're able to be here to explain about some of the problems and difficulties that we face. And we're very much hoping that we'll be able to find a solution. We are not looking for there never to be any more festivals or events at site. So I want to make that really clear up front. But we do believe that there need to be some changes so that they don't have the impact that they are having on the people that live in Bygrave and the surrounding villages. It's really unreasonable, the impact they have at the moment, the disturbance. And I'm obviously going to be covering that throughout my presentation. Next slide, please. So will be in a moment. Next slide, please. Sorry. Yeah, so here's an overview of what I'm going to be covering, so you know what's coming up. I'll start with just a quick run through the issues that we face. Then I thought it'd be helpful to have a look at some maps and diagrams of the festival site and where it sits in the locality, so you can have a better understanding of the impact the events cause for us. Then I'm going to go through the issues in more detail. Finally, the application of the review, why we've got to where we are and what's come out as part of this effectively consultation exercise about whether there should be a review, and just a quick recap. Next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see here, these are the key things problems that we face. So the noise from the events, the music compared, so all the amplified noise is just far too loud. The festivals go on until far too late into the night. So they go on into the early mornings. Can be 4 a.m. It has been 6 a.m. before now. There are too many events. The events are too long. So many of them are multiple days. We get far too little notice of the events as villagers, and as you'll see, they do cause a significant impact on our lives. The route for traffic is inappropriate and unsafe. The events have resulted in antisocial and criminal behaviour, both in and around the village, and there is insufficient consideration given by the licence holder to the villagers. So those are the key events. Next slide, please. So here are a few of the sort of highlights, as it were, of the current licence. So I think it's really important to understand how wide-ranging the licence is. So it allows unlimited events for up to 7,500 people. There can be one event each year for between 7,500 and 15,000. Alcohol sales are permitted until 4 a.m. on a Friday morning and 6 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday mornings. And recorded music is permitted until 4 a.m. on Friday and 9 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday mornings, 2 a.m. on Monday, so effectively a school night. And live music, I found this one really quite alarming. Live music is permitted under licence from midday on Thursday until midnight on Sunday. So it can, if they choose to, be played for 84 hours non-stop. Now, it doesn't happen in practice, but some of the other things absolutely do happen in practice. Next slide, please. And the situation is compounded by two other factors. So it's, as I said, really wide-ranging licence. But there are some license conditions, or I might refer to as safeguards, that, around, and I'll go into that a bit more detail, but timeframes for issuing notice to the council, preparing documents, all the things around making sure an event is well run. But there's provision for those safeguards to be waived, and they are being waived, as we'll see later on, or extended. And there are a number of areas where the licence and how it's operated clearly conflicts with North Herts licensing policy, which I consider to be, really important point. Next slide, please. Right, so as I said, I think it'd be helpful to have a look at the festival sites and the local area, so you can see, how it all fits together. So that's an aerial view of the locality. The festival site is broadly in the middle of that map, and I'll show you exactly where it is in a moment. But you can see there's, swathes of green and ploughed fields. It's a rural location. There can't be any doubt about that. And that's really important. Next slide, please. And I'm not going to apologise for, I'm going to keep referring to this policy because I think this is an absolutely crucial policy in terms of whether the licence is appropriate or not for the location. So I know Steve Cobb has already referred to this, but paragraph B10 says the council is aware that those living in the rural communities of the district often do so to enjoy the quiet of a rural location. In making a balanced decision, the council accepts that the level of disturbance that is reasonable in a rural location will be less than in a town centre location. This could be addressed by reduced licensable activity timings, particularly in the evenings and early mornings, and the frequency of activities. So whilst a one-off event may cause some reasonable disturbance, it will be more tolerable than an event lasting multiple days or occurring numerous times throughout the year. And I'm going to come back to that, but what I'm trying to illustrate is this is suggesting that maybe a one-dayer might be okay, whereas we have potentially unlimited events going on right throughout the night and until the early mornings. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a map of the festival site, and I've taken this from the licence, and the red area is the licensable bit, so where the alcohol, etc., can be served, and the green bits are just divided up into the areas of the site. So when there's an event going to be held, one of the things that the event manager has to tell the council is which bits of the site are going to be used and for what purpose. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I flipped it upside down, and the reason for that is that's the way it appears when we look at the maps of locality, so it's easier to spot. So that's the middle one, and to the right of that is a more up-to-date diagram of the site, which I picked up from the event manager's website. The blue areas are the parking areas, so they lie outside the licensed area. Green, yellow and purple are various different fields that are used for events, and they correspond with areas, I think it's 3 and 4 on the other, the licensed map. The bits I really want to point attention to are the red and green at the bottom, ones in the little triangle. So those are the Woodland Arena and the main arena, and those are where most of the festivals are held. So the music festivals, the stage and stagers are typically in that location. Next slide, please. Okay, so here you can see again that the map reproduced, and you can see where it sits in the location. So just that's quite helpful to see. Next slide, please. Okay, now we have Bygrave Village. So this is a bit of a close-up, and I've outlined rather scrawlily, I'm afraid, the village at the bottom in the right-hand corner and where the houses are. And then in the to the top left-hand corner is the Woodland and main arena. So you can see how close some of the houses are to where the stage or stages, there can be 3 or 4 stages in that area. And I hope that sort of helps to understand why we might be getting the noise that we are getting. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so I sort of hopefully set the scene a little bit. I'm going to go through the issues in a bit more detail now. So the first one is noise nuisance, and this affects particularly those people living in Upper Bygrave, so the nearest part of Bygrave village, but it's not solely constrained to those houses, and you'll see that in a little bit later on. Here are the comments that some of the people that live in Bygrave village have made about the amplified noise, and these have been taken either from the application by Bygrave Parish Council or from the representations that have been made to this request for a review of the licence. So people are saying it's just so loud that you can't enjoy your gardens. We can't have people around for lunch or supper in the garden because it's just too noisy. Brockwood, which was actually a very small festival, one of my neighbours who lives quite a bit further away in Bygrave to where I live, said it was so noisy. It was as though he was actually in the festival himself. Okay, next slide, please. At night time is when the noise problem really becomes acute. It's stops people from sleeping. It wakes young children up, keeps them awake. Some comments out, one of my neighbours lives just across the road from me, says there is nowhere in our house where the noise levels are low enough to enable our family, including young children, to sleep. With the music noise continuing until the early hours, this has a serious detrimental impact on our lives. Next one, the volume from the music was so loud that we could not sleep until the early hours when it stopped. And even with our back doors closed, it vibrated through the house. Noise can be heard in our bedrooms with windows closed. Unbearable sound crossing between stages keeps Bygrave residents awake all night. Next slide, please. And as I said, it's not just the people living close to the site that are impacted. So this is one of the representations that comes from somebody living close to 3 miles away from the festival site. It's a horrendous noise through to 4 a.m. in the morning for music festivals. Despite living some distance from the site, I can hear and feel every bass note, even with the windows closed. And the red dot is where they live, for avoidance of doubt. And there's the festival site ringing to there. So it's quite a long way away. So it really isn't fair for people not to be able to sleep at night, to be kept awake till 4 a.m. in the morning. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Yes, next slide, please. It's even more annoying that because actually the license is supposed to prohibit this happening. So under the license, it's a requirement that the noise levels must be in line with the code of practice, it's a code of practice on environmental noise at concerts or something like that, or the POC code, I think it's frequently called. And under that, it shouldn't be possible, and the music noise should be contained to such a level that between the hours of 11 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning, it should not be audible within noise-sensitive premises, so homes, with windows open in a typical manner for ventilation. So it's not just that it can't be, it's inaudible with windows open. It's so loud with windows closed, people get woken up if they've managed to get to sleep and are kept awake. Next slide, please. And there is other noise nuisance that we have to face in the village. So we have the traffic, because the events, the weekend events go on throughout the night. We get people coming and going up and down the road throughout the night, and we get festival goers often drunk, shouting in the village. And to be honest, that's about the best that they do. We'll come on to some of the other stuff they do in a moment. Okay, next slide, please. So event traffic. So the there's one road that goes through Bygrave. So we've only got one way in and out of the village, and that road is used for event traffic. And it really isn't suitable for it. It's, some pictures there. It's largely single track. It's in poor condition. So there's numerous ruts and potholes along the side of the road. Even, I was on that the road yesterday, and I'm in a Fiat 500, and I couldn't get past a Mini. So it really is. And now it's a country lane. It's a country lane. Next slide, please. And it's got poor visibility in places. So there's a number of blind bends, as you can see there. Next slide, please. And other, things that impact on visibility. So there's brows of hills, it slopes and it twists. Next slide, please. And there are other road users that really do need to be considered. So you can see on there both the pedestrian and the cyclist. As far as pedestrians are concerned, there's no pavement, there's no street lighting, and they're built up verges. It's very difficult to get out of the way when traffic is coming. And it's a well-used cycle route, both, just people casually using it for leisure purposes, driving to, cycling to and from the station for commuting, and also it's widely used by cycle clubs. And there's horse riders. There are a number of paddocks and stables along the route, and there's a very wide-ranging network of bridleways as well. So you're frequently having to pass horses, which obviously don't like a lot of traffic. I should have said as well that the sort of event traffic that we get is not just a few cars. So we have articulated lorries, typically for the setup and the sort of building. Don't know if debuild's quite the right word, but taking apart the infrastructure for the festivals, because obviously it's temporary premises, so it has to be built and then unbuilt every time that there's an event. We have HGVs, coaches, caravans, camper vans, SUVs, cars. It's a remote location, and you could see that from that first picture. So virtually everybody that comes by vehicle, and there can be thousands of vehicles traveling to and from the site on roads that really were not designed for that volume of traffic. Now, the problems could be solved by taking the traffic through Newnham, which is what happened for Ammerfest last year, and that made a huge improvement to us in Bygrave. I mean, I can't comment on whether that was an issue for Newnham or not, but it did avoid using this road. Next slide, please. And there is one other issue with using that road, is then the access point to the festival site. So you can see there the little red circle. That's the point, the gate at which is used to access the festival site from Bygrave. It's on a blind bend. It doesn't really give it justice just to how poor visibility is on that corner. And then the yellow dotted line marks out the route that the traffic then takes to get to the festival site and parking. That's the bridleway. The bridleway should not be being used for any form of heavy traffic, but any motorised vehicles. My understanding is it's illegal to take a motorised vehicle on a bridleway, but it's just not safe. And you might be interested to know, well, I'm going to talk a little bit later on about what's going to be happening in the field next to the festival site. But there is a planning application that's been accepted to build a solar plant, and I'll go through that in a moment and how I think that might impact things. As part of that, Highways have strictly prohibited use of the bridleway for the construction traffic. So under no circumstances are vehicles to be taken down there. So as I said, this could be avoided if traffic didn't come through Bygrave, and that would obviously remove some of what we consider unreasonable disturbance that we suffer from the events. Next slide, please. And here are just a few comments from people about the problems that they've encountered with the event. So something that can be bumper to bumper, sheer volume makes it impossible and dangerous to start to cycle, with people parking over driveways, blocking exits. And the final one comes from one of the local businesses. So daytime blocking the roads, causing major difficulties to my staff and customers. So it's not just residents, there are businesses, there are a number of businesses in Upper Bygrave, and they are impacted by the events. And not to mention, I should mention in terms of noise, we also have a church just there. So that could be interesting if there's a wedding or something and we get the music blasting out through the village. Next slide, please. I'm very sad to say that we do suffer both antisocial and criminal behaviour in the village from people at the festivals. So, and we don't get it normally. So, and we don't think we should have to put up with it. So, okay, I'm going to say these things. We get them urinating in the village, defecating on the public rights way. That's happened numerous times. Coming into people's gardens, littering the village and surrounding area. People seen what they certainly believe to be drug deals happening in the village. We've had fights in the village, and we've had drug paraphernalia left in and around the village. So nitrous oxide canisters, syringes. We found a bag of pills one time. And it's a real worry. You know, we're it's effectively a hamlet, a small group of people in a rural location, and it's frightening, and we feel vulnerable. And there was one example of that. I appreciate there might be some specific circumstances leading to it, but a couple of years ago there was a festival, and it was a one-day event, finished at I think about 11 o'clock at night, 10, 11, something like that. So unusually it wasn't multi-day, it was one day. And the transport didn't arrive to take people away. So that people started to walk back from the festival to Baldock railway station. It's pitch black. As I said, there's no pavement, there's no street lights. And there were thousands of people going through the village. They were in people's gardens, and people were frightened. And I know that at least one of our neighbours who has small children rang the hotline for the festival, and they were told that security would be sent, but nobody came. And that's frightening. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I think I'd like to just take a moment just to consider the prevention of harm to children, because I consider that to be a really serious matter, and it is a specific licensing objective. And there are, you know, a number of children within the village and the surrounding villages. Next slide, please. So the dangers and risks to them come from traffic. So we have inappropriate parking, we have people speeding through the village, and we also have them going at speeds that are too high for the country lanes. I just to you know, I'm sure you're probably all aware of this, but most of serious accidents happen on country roads. And we've got people who aren't familiar with those roads, and some may not be familiar with driving on country roads at all, which does increase the risk. There's the noise, they get woken up and kept awake by the music and the yelling. As I said, drugs. On that one, a friend of mine's 16-year-old son was approached in Ashwell Village at one of the festivals and asked if they wanted to buy drugs for the festival. And then we had an incident last year with profane language. Next slide, please. So there was an act that came on stage who basically effed and blinded continually. One of the villagers contacted the chair of parish council, who then contacted the licence holder. When they did contact the licence holder, it was dealt with quite quickly. But this had been going on for an hour at that point throughout the village. And you can hear the first comment there. So this is from somebody who has a 5-year-old daughter who lives in the village. So the noise of people shouting, singing on stage was so loud we could make out every word. Often these were profane and totally unacceptable for our daughter to be hearing while in her own garden. Acts on stage use foul and abusive language. This last summer, such an act used the F word continually for an hour broadcast across our village, which has a number of young families residing in it. As I said, when the complaint was made, it was dealt with quickly. I don't believe it should have taken a complaint from a villager to be addressed. This had been happening for an hour at that point. Next slide, please. One of the problems that we had last year was events being arranged at short notice. And the reason the events were arranged at short notice is because they were never originally intended to be in Bygrave. They were going to be held at completely different locations, but they couldn't secure licenses for them at those locations. So we had the Brockwood Festival, which was going to be held near Winchester, but less than 3 months before the the date of the festival. And I probably should have mentioned 3 months is the notice period, which is required under the licence to be given to North Herts of a festival of that size. Less than 3 months before that, the local authority refused it to go ahead, and that was on concerns about the impact on people living locally. Amberfest was going to be held near Hounslow, but less than 3 weeks before the planned date, the local authority revoked the licence for that event. So you might think, well, okay, we have a licence, and why should they not just come to Bygrave? Well, as I've said, there is a minimum notice period, and that minimum notice period exists for very good reason. It's to enable all the work to be undertaken to determine how that festival or that event should be run. The events that are run are typically, we have different ones every year, and so you can't just say, well, we've done something similar before, because they're not similar, and it requires engagement of the other responsible authorities, and to give them also the courtesy to have proper time to think these out, and to think how it might interact with other events that might be happening in the district. So, for instance, the police don't just have to think about Bygrave Woods events, there will be other things that are happening. It also rules out the opportunity to put in place some of the other arrangements that might be suitable. So traffic management, there's a minimum notice period for making changes to the roads, putting in traffic lights, etc. It's the same with the railways. So if they want to use a railway for a station for shuttle buses, which obviously a really sensible thing to do from many aspects, the railways need a minimum period of time to do that. So, in our view, that this, and the Amberfest in particular, really concerned us. We got 9 days notice in the village of this event, and we were thinking, this is an event that another council has revoked the licence for. So, this could well be a tricky event. There's some reasons behind that, and yet it's been arranged at very short notice on our doorsteps. There are other reasons why there are minimum periods of notice required, and these are all covered in the statements of licence principle. I'm not going to go through those now, but there are different licensing principles which, to enable those to be met, means there needs to be sufficient amount of time given to know about an event, to make sure those things can be followed through. So failing to adhere to required notice periods not only contrary to terms of the licence, it also results in other aspects, important aspects of licensing policy not being followed. We're also concerned that it might become sort of known within the sort of festival world that it's actually quite easy to get a festival put on in Bygrave Woods at short notice. And what we don't want to become is a sort of dumping ground for events that other licensing authorities don't want to host, and possibly for good reason. And that does concern us. Next slide, please. Capacity of events. So while the licence holder has permission to hold one event for between 7,500 and 15,000 people each year, I don't believe, certainly in recent years, that they've come anywhere close to the top of that capacity. My understanding from conversations that I've had with them previously is that the largest event recently was the Electric Woodlands in 2021, where there were about 9,000 people attended. And that, from our perspective, was a very disruptive event. It's typically a few thousand that attend. So, we're sat thinking, these are the problems that we encounter with a few thousand people at the festival. So what would it be like if there were 15,000 people at an event? It's quite a sobering thought for us. Next slide, please. Okay, so the site, the field next to the festival site, so the one between Ashwell Road and the festival site, is currently used for growing arable crops, but that's going to change. Next slide, please. Okay, it's going to become a solar plant, industrial scale solar plant with between 80 and 95,000 panels. It'll have a capacity of 40 megawatts. It's also going to have battery storage, so lithium-ion batteries of 8 megawatts. So they're in the, you can see there, that's a little circle, the red circle at the top. Put that into context. The battery in an electric car is typically about 40 kilowatts. So that's about 200 car batteries, the equivalent of, in a field just a few meters from a festival site. So consideration needs to be given to the safety aspects of the festivals and this change of use of the field going forward. Just two comments on that. Just one example and two within that. Fire risk. So my understanding is there are no fire hydrants at that location, should there be a fire. And the access, and this has already been agreed as part of the planning approval, is the access for emergency vehicles, should there be a problem at that site, is along Ashwell Road. So the very road that could be completely log jammed by festival traffic. So we think as an absolute minimum, we shouldn't be taking vehicles along Ashwell Road, shouldn't be taking them on the bridleway within meters of 8 megawatts of lithium-ion battery storage. And I think there are likely to be other changes that will need to be made to ensure the safety of the festival goers and the people who live nearby. One other, sorry, I know I'm darting around a little bit, but it is a really important point I want to make, is as part of the planning application for the solar plant, the highways insisted that they looked at, understandably, at the route for the traffic. And one thing that they found out was that articulated lorries can't access from the A507 in Baldock, Ashwell Road, without going over the pedestrian refuge in the middle of the road. And understandably, highways didn't think that was really a great idea. So they're going to have to make temporary changes to the junction. They're going to have to move the refuge, make it a bit smaller, take away some of the pavements to make the junction wider, just for the period of construction. And then it'll be put back to how it was, or at least as good as how it was before. It's clearly not practical to change that junction every time there's a festival. So in my view, it just shouldn't be permitting articulated lorries to be accessing the road at that point. It's dangerous. Okay. Next slide, please. So, and I'm sorry to have to say this, but our experience is that licence holder gives little, if any, consideration to the impact that their events will have and do have on the villagers. And I'll give 3 examples of that. So first of all, we're not giving adequate notice of events. We typically receive 1 month's notice. Now, bearing in mind that these events have a significant impact on us. If we planned, for instance, to have people round for a barbecue or something, we'll have to cancel it at a month's notice. Some people actually just decide they're not going to be at home when these events are on. It's just too disruptive to their lives. Other people decide that they don't actually want to leave the house because they don't feel it's safe to do that. But to just be given a month's notice is, it's disrespectful when some of these events have been in planning for a year. So, for Amberfest, we received 9 days notice. They've been happy to host events that other authorities have rejected on the grounds of having an unacceptable adverse impact on local communities. And the lack of consideration is demonstrated by the number of events and the close scheduling of events. It's completely unreasonable to have to endure multiple festivals and events each year, often several days in length and without reasonable gaps between them. So I did a little bit of digging around as part of preparing the application paperwork for Bygrave Parish Council and updated it a little bit after that. And at that point, and then there may well be updates to that, but at that point they were looking at 25 days worth of events for 2025, including 3 out of 4 consecutive weekends in the late summer. I just think that's just completely unreasonable and really inconsiderate. So unfortunately, the experience has proven that we can't rely on the license holder to take our needs into consideration. And maybe we shouldn't expect that. So what we really do need is for the license to be far more prescriptive on what is permitted. So needs to cover matters such as the number of events, the number of days in total, minimum period between events, minimum period of notice to be given to people living nearby, and no provision to waive those requirements. Next slide, please. So as I said, we have tried to sort things out directly, and we did tell the license holder and the events manager that if we couldn't sort things out, we didn't want to have to do this, and we were trying to sort things out, but if we couldn't, we did say we would apply for a review of the license. We think it was a fair thing to do, and we did make them aware that was what the consequences would be of not being able to sort things out ourselves with them. So we submitted that application, and obviously we're pleased that we're able to be here today to go through our concerns and our thoughts about licensing with you. As I said, we have raised a number of complaints with the license holder directly. I've got notes of meetings, etc., that I've prepared. But there also have been complaints made to the festival hotlines as well, and that's not just noise complaints, but some of the antisocial behaviour, etc. So particularly with the noise, I'm surprised it hasn't raised some flags that there are noise concerns, because it is a requirement to provide the licensing authority and the noise control officer with the reports of noise after every event. Other things I think could just have to be made available, but that's supposed to be provided, and hopefully it has been. As a matter of course, it's supposed to be provided. Okay, next slide, please. So here we've got some comments from the police. So as Steve Cobb said, some of these are addressed at the variation that's being applied for. As the police said, and they're absolutely spot on this, we haven't been reporting things to the police. To start with, just feel the police have got other things that they ought to be dealing with in the middle of the night rather than this. So reports have been made, and certainly that's been my take on it, have been made to the hotlines, which have been set up specifically for that purpose. So we'd hoped that would sort of feed through. And note, they said that if they've been party to the level of antisocial behaviour that's been reported being suffered by residents, which I've spoken about, they may well have been making representation today along the same lines. The next bit said, they said they've got concerns around the potential impact of the license. This is license application, which in a worst case scenario would lead to multiple events taking place over a 12-month period, with each event held over multiple days. Now, that's already permitted under the license. So while this was made in the context of a variation, the license already permits multiple events, multiple days. And went on to say they're not confident police resources will be able to safely cope with this increase without adversely impacting ability to manage daily business demand. I think they're referring to if we think the only way that it's going to get sort of action taken is we have to report all antisocial behaviour to the police, and clearly that's something we're going to have to do unless we can sort the license out in a way that removes those problems for us. And there is already permission within the license for multiple multi-day events. Next slide, please. Okay. Query over the number of others opposed to the review, but I think the premise will still be the same. Once you strip out the people who've opposed the review who have a direct financial interest in the festivals going ahead, the ones who've got business or personal connections with the license holder, the ones that are tenants, both residential and commercial. So the license holder owns 25 residential properties in Newnham. That's a big chunk of the village. And then there's a number of people that have opposed the review don't live anywhere near the location. You're not really left with very, very many. In contrast, there were, I thought there were 7, maybe 38, who supported the review. Of those, 24 live in Bygrave, 10 live in the surrounding villages of Ashwell and Hinksworth, and that includes a representation from Ashwell Parish Council. Might not have been clear from the documents that you originally received, but Ashwell Parish Council are supporting a review. There are just 3 that live outside the immediate area, and 2 of those said that they regularly visit the area. There were other people who were supportive of a review but didn't submit a representation. For some, that was some fear of retaliation. And I want to make it very clear that's not any suggestion that the licence holder would do anything inappropriate. We don't have those fears, and I'm not suggesting that. But people have been concerned about it. And there were 1 or 2 unpleasant comments from the people opposing the review, which I don't tend to go into now. But I think, I can understand some people's concerns. And bearing in mind, we live in a very rural area and some quite isolated locations. People were uncomfortable about it, and some people probably just felt that they knew the parish council were submitting a request, and maybe that would be adequate. We did have a meeting with the villagers just before Christmas, probably about 50 people there, and there was nobody that objected to us applying for a review of the licence. And of the ones that have now opposed it, there's nobody in Upper Bygrave that's opposing a review. Next slide, please. Okay, apologise, this is not a very sophisticated road map, but it's the best I could find. My PowerPoint skills are not the best. But this is supposed to show Ashwell Road. So it's the houses closest to the festival site. Where there's a red dot, it shows that the household has made a submission or been included in the witness statements, etc., from Bygrave Parish Council in applying for the review. That's 13 out of 21 houses in Bygrave, and everybody there has there's various different complaints, but everybody complains about noise. Everybody. Next slide, please. Okay, so just a quick recap. Next slide, please. Sorry, I know I keep coming back to this, but I think that hopefully, we've seen that the license that's in operation is completely at odds with paragraph B10 of the licensing policy. Next slide, please. I won't read those out again, but just a reminder of the significant issues that we face. We do need a change to be made to the license, and we also need an oversight regime in place to ensure that the license is complied with in full and seen to be complied with in full. We feel that to date that there's been insufficient communication or consultation with residents regarding the site's operations, and the community feels ignored and unsupported. So one solution would be to set up a resident liaison group that has a formal role within the planning, the holding and the post-event work for a festival, and hoping to, ensure that then any issues that do come up are dealt with quickly and fully. I'd also suggest that perhaps, and I don't know if this is permissible, but maybe there should be some breaches for penalties, because it seems at the moment that the only recourse is to seek a review of the licence, and that feels a little heavy-handed at times. I'm not suggesting it's heavy-handed here, but there might be some things that can be dealt with in another way. I'd like to leave you with a few, for my final summary, my final words, but a few more words from some of the people. So the cost to North Herts residents in terms of quiet enjoyment of their lives is in no way offset by benefit. The events held at Bygrave Woods caused such great distress for me and my family that we would have to go and stay in a hotel or with family if there are similar events again. The prospect of unlimited events of up to 7,500 people is frightening, as life will be made unbearable. We feel very uneasy, unsafe, and feel the need to be on guard to protect against potential crime and disorder. Cultural events are valuable, but their operation must respect the well-being of the local community and businesses. Next slide, please. The ongoing issues caused by this site demonstrate that its operations in their current form are incompatible with the local area. I'm hoping that a sensible compromise can be reached that eradicates the nuisance to Bygrave and ensures the safety of the local villagers and festival goers. So I, like many of my neighbours, chose to make Bygrave my home, as it is, festivals aside, a quiet and tranquil rural location, and I value that highly. So I urge the subcommittee to take this into account in determining the appropriate course of action. So next slide, please. Thank you for listening today. Next slide. Very happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks for that very detailed submission. It's appreciated. Do any of the other persons supporting the review have any points of clarification for the licensing officer? Does the premises license holder representatives have any points of clarification for the licensing officer?
The officer.
I do apologise.
Oh, no, that's all right. I know what you meant.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah.
Just to pick up on, I think 3 points. One is in relation to, it was said that approaches had been made to the license holder and the event coordinator. Could I ask when the last meeting was held between the parish council and the events management?
I don't think there were any this year. There was certainly a number in 2022, and there weren't any events in 2023. I should say that. We did hope that there weren't going to be any more. 2024 has been a bit of a disappointment to us, to say the least. There were a number of meetings in 2022, both before and after the events, and where made it very clear that how things were going was not acceptable. The parish council would have sought a review of the licence after the 2022 events. It did originally agree to do that. When there were no events coming up on 2023, things were put on hold, and like I say, in the hope that maybe there weren't going to be any more, because there clearly had been issues before. And they were sprung upon as the ones in 2024, so it really wasn't the time to engage then. And as I said, we're not making any points that we've not made before. So other than the profane language, because I'm not sure that that's happened before, it's not been brought to my attention before, and the short notice events, although we got very short notice for Electric Woodlands in 2021. But all the things about the noise, the antisocial behaviour, the traffic, these are all things that we've spoken about on numerous occasions and have made suggestions. They've just not been taken on board.
Longer answer than I was expecting to the when. In terms of applying for review, it was said by the applicant that there was a conversation held with the licence holder that they needed to sort things out, or a review would be applied for. Could I ask when that request was made? That's a date.
It was a meeting, I think it was in May 2022, and repeated again.
Thank you.
When in August, when we met after the first event in 2022.
In 2022, thank you. And this might sound a rather technical question, but hopefully it will be easy to answer. Could I ask whether the parish council gave any regard to the better regulation framework before applying for a review? Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I understand if not. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I've edited my cheat sheet. I'm sorry that I said licensing officer. Do any members of the subcommittee have any points of clarification? I've got 1 or 2, but my colleagues, first of all.
Thank you, Chair. I have some prepared questions, and I wanted to ask them now, but I also understand that there's a possibility that it might need to be Steve that comes in and answers some of these. Something I just wanted to ask about. You mentioned Newnham and the event that happened that caused the change of use of the roads or where the traffic was going through. Were there complaints from the people of Newnham regarding that event and the extra traffic that was going through the village? Do you know of?
I don't. I know sort of anecdotally that there were some issues with the traffic, but nothing's been reported directly to me. And Councillor Tyson might be able to respond to that. I don't know.
Okay.
But at Bygrave Parish Council, there is a separate parish council for Newnham. So we.
But they don't have anything to.
I don't. I just don't know, to be honest.
Okay. Right, Tim, I'll let you jump in. I'm just going to confirm, Steve.
Okay. Thank you. Any of my other colleagues got any points?
Yes, please. I'm wondering really why none of these issues were ever reported to the police. Some of them sound quite unpleasant and really should have been dealt with at the time, in my view.
I think that's a fair comment, and I wish now that they had been reported to the police. I've just, quite often these are happening in the middle of the night, and people, perhaps don't want to be bothered with it. You wake up the next morning and sort of move on. But I agree. I mean, I do think we would be suggesting to people to take a different line going forward. But we do receive before every event a notice about the event, and it tells you this number to ring if you've got problems, and people have been reporting things to that. But I think distinguishing going forward would be important for us. It's a fair comment.
Yes, thank you. You've obviously reported a number of the residents' experiences of the level of noise and the impact that has on their lives. Are you aware of any monitoring that's been done or readings that have been taken in terms of the noise level in the area?
No, we haven't done any as a council. I'm sure that licence holders noise consultant will talk about that a little bit in a moment. I think one of the problems with the nighttime noise is that my understanding is that it's this condition that we shouldn't be able to hear it has been turned into sort of well, let's set a noise limit that might achieve the same thing. And we do have some concerns about how the noise is being monitored. We don't think it's accurately reflecting the noise we receive. But the reality is something's going wrong if we're being woken up and kept awake. Thank you.
You have another?
Well, yes, just to carry on with that question, actually, I mean, clearly noise is a subjective measure in some respects, and it really needs to be formulated in some way as a decibel level. Having said that, of course, there are some noises which are more annoying and disturbing than others. I mean, drum and bass comes to mind. Surely that is really the way to go, that you really need to have some kind of objective measurement that you can measure against.
I think that's absolutely right for the daytime noise, but to say the code of practice at nighttime says we shouldn't be able to hear it.
Well, sure,
So, yeah.
but still it's a decibel level that is acceptable, as it were.
I think it's determined then what that decibel level might be. But if you have, over 60% of the people in the village have said, it's a problem, and the others are not saying it isn't, they just haven't responded. Something's not working at the moment. And we really do need it to change it. Your heart sinks when the notice drops through the letterbox and say 9 days time, here comes another festival, and you think, oh God, here we go again. Sorry, but
okay. Sorry. Yeah. I've got a couple of questions, a fairly mundane one. I don't know if you know the answer firstly, but that you mentioned the shuttle buses and the time limit that the railway would require. You didn't mention a time limit. I don't know. Do you know? We can research if not.
I think I might have seen it's 3 months, but I'm not sure about that. I don't know if Steve Cobb knows.
Steve, do you want to make comment, or we can look into it?
Yeah, very, very briefly, the railway authorities sit as part of our safety advisory group, and they liaise on an event specific basis on depending on what station is going to be used and numbers.
Okay, thank you. And also, could we just ask, you know, in basic terms, what you would like, or what conditions are acceptable to the parish council?
If you just bear with me.
Okay.
I did have something prepared for the closing statement, but
Yeah, that's okay.
it'd be better to do it now.
Just while you're looking, I'm not
Yeah.
prepared to discuss my age on live stream, but we'll have a comfort break shortly, I think. We've been going for about an hour and a half. Everybody's happy with that.
I think it's before I go through this, I think it's important to say that there's quite a lot of moving parts here. So if some things could be sorted, we'd perhaps be a bit more relaxed about some of the others. So, you know, so if, for instance, there was no traffic coming through Bygrave and there was an agreed cut-off point for noise, because I think that's probably the better way to go. You know, that after a certain time at night, there just isn't any noise. It stops any arguments, and it gives residents certainty. You know, if you know at 11 o'clock or whatever, it'll shut, as is the case in a number of the other licenses in the district, then we know. So bearing in mind that these might be what each of them we would like, but there would be some flexibility. Obviously, it's not our decision, but if some of the key ones were agreed. So in terms of limit the number of events, on this understanding some of the other things don't change, we would suggest, and bearing in mind that the rural policy suggests effectively one event and not a very long one, we would have thought one weekend event for between 7,500 and 15,000 people over a maximum of 3 consecutive days, to be sort of Friday, Saturday and or Sunday, and a total number of people, so not 15,000 each day. So you know, so you don't have 45,000 people coming into the area, or 2 one-day events up to 7,500 people to be held on a Saturday. I know when we had a one-day event before, where there was a lot of people, that was absolutely chaotic. So I think a lower event for a one-day event, getting people back and forth, at least 4 weeks between events, so we don't get, you know, it all sort of clogging together. Music noise to cease at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock on Saturdays. Again, if there's no exit from the festival site, either cars or pedestrians through Bygrave, then 11 o'clock. It doesn't need to be 10. Sites to be stages to be cited to minimise the impact on Bygrave as the closest village. I've got, assuming I get asked the question, you can see that for one of the, if I'm able to ask the question, for one of the recent events, the stage was placed right facing Bygrave with the noise coming Bygrave's way. But there are, in that triangular area, there are 3 places where the stages could go in different corners. I should say for Ammerfest, the stage was situated in a completely different part of the festival site, so much closer to Newnham. And we had an easterly wind, which we don't get very often. Normally winds at sort of west or southwest. We didn't get much noise from Ammerfest. So it is possible, but then, you know, we can't control the wind direction. That certainly did help us on that occasion. Notice of events to be provided to villagers at the beginning of the calendar year. All traffic to be routed through Newnham or Newnham Way. Security teams to be deployed in and around Bygrave for the duration of the events. And, you know, either some sort of resident liaison committee or membership of the safety advisory group for Bygrave Parish Council, or a representative or representatives of them. So, for instance, the ward councillor.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Just one additional very quickly before we have a break. You've mentioned Newnham a couple of times, and I appreciate, you know, we don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, do we? I mean, have you had much or any liaison for that Amfest one in particular of the noise effect on the residents there?
Only from a conversation with a neighbour whose friends live in Newnham and said they had a bit of a problem with it. We were all thinking, thank goodness we didn't. But I don't, because the parish council are all quite independent. And while we look very close on the map to Newnham, we have to drive all the way through Ashwell and round. So we don't, sounds awful, we don't mix. But, you know, there's no easy, you know, it looks like a nearby village. It's actually miles away by road.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take the, yeah. Newnham not mixing with Bygrave, right. No, it's okay. Okay, thank you very much. On a serious note, then, I think that it would be sensible. It's going to be quite a lengthy day, isn't it? Let's have 10 minutes now. If we can be back round about 10 to 8 minutes to or so, that'll be great. So we'll just pause for the time being. Thank you, everybody. Okay, everybody, thank you. Hopefully everybody's had a sufficient time. We're going to move on now. If I could please invite the other person supporting the review to present the submission supporting it.
Thank you, Chair. So, as I think pretty much everyone here knows, I'm Tom Tyson. I'm the ward councillor for Arbury Ward, and I'm speaking as member advocate here today, and not on my own behalf. Arbury Ward contains the villages already mentioned of Bygrave, Newnham and Ashwell, among others. And at the outset, I'd like to just let everyone, just to confirm that I do live in Bygrave, and so that I have got personal experience of the events, but I'm speaking on behalf of my residents and not myself today. So after long and careful reflection, I decided to lend my support to the application from Bygrave Parish Council to have this licence reviewed, which, as you've heard, is also supported by Ashwell Parish Council, and there's been no comment from Newnham Parish Council on it, that I'm aware of at least. I think the licence needs revision because currently it doesn't strike a fair balance between enabling events to be staged on the Bygrave Wood site and protecting local residents from the effects of those events. And yes, as I said, I am sort of aware of the impact of the events from a sort of personal experience, but I've also been in communication with local residents about these festivals since I was first elected as their councillor in 2019. And I've worked with Bygrave and Ashwell Parish Councils, with the event organiser Gareth and the licence holder Alex, and with Steve and his team in the licensing department at the council here throughout this period, all really with the ultimate aim of not ending up here having to do this. But there you go, we're here now, and let's get on. Now, there were some difficult moments in the early sort of evolution of the festivals that were held on this site, and I won't go back throughout history, you know, over all the 10 years or so since they were first came about, but I think that there's an element, as Julie's already said, of disappointment that we're here, because I think that we kind of had a collaborative approach to how the festivals were being arranged and hosted. We've made some progress. We had clearly our meetings with Alex and Gareth, and we talked about keeping myself informed with forward plans, which I could then relay to parish council meetings, so that everyone felt that they were being communicated with and kept in the loop and had an idea of what to expect, because one of the most significant difficulties for the residents is not knowing what's going to happen next summer, for example. And so planning for those events is crucial, not just for the organisers, but for also the people that have to live with them and have to manage their lives around them. And that's, you know, pretty much the expectation of how it works. The residents manage their lives around the events, not the other way around. So it's always been crucial from my point of view that residents should know what events are going to take place. And this is particularly so given the open-ended nature of the licence, because there's no limit on the number of events that could take place. So literally, in theory, they could have an event on every weekend or pretty much non-stop throughout the summer, and we wouldn't necessarily know in advance what to expect. So with that open-ended, unrestricted number of events, I think it's crucial that the communication is good. And if it's not, and we're here now, we could probably realistically be looking at reducing or restricting the number of events to a finite total. We've talked about the noise, and I've had communications with Gareth, the event organizer, and exploring different layouts to the site in order to reduce the noise nuisance emanating from that, all of which is welcomed. There is an element in suggesting that improvements can be made, that there is a concession that things aren't as they should be, of course. And if you're constantly trying to improve something, the question behind that is why do you need to? And the answer would be, well, because it's not as it should be. But having said that, I certainly appreciate the willingness that's been shown to change the layout of the stages and such like. And as Julie already mentioned, the one festival last August, Ammerfest, the noise intrusion was significantly less there than it had been in other events, notably the previous one that year in July, the Brockwood Festival. And when events take place on that site, and they're music, we're talking about music festivals, not just sort of party events. I always make it my business to drive around the area and get out of the car at various locations to listen, and just from a subjective, receptive point of view, to get a feel of what kind of levels of noise are being generated and what people are expected to put up with. And in the case of that particular festival, I will say again that the noise levels were were relatively low and I thought acceptable. We come on to noise nuisance, excuse me. So with the exception of that particular Ammerfest event, noise from the festivals is always clearly audible in Newnham and Bygrave, particularly, and beyond. As we've seen, there have been complaints from residents in Ashwell End, Station Road in Ashwell, and Oddsey, and they're all on a sort of arc about 3 kilometres away from the site. So it's a fairly significant distance away. And this is night and day, of course, and some of the events, as we've heard, go through to the early hours of the morning. The Brockwood Festival in July 2024 was licensed from 11 AM till 4 AM on the nights, the Friday and Saturday nights that it was held for. The noise management plans have noise criteria that need to be in line with the Code of Conduct on Environmental Noise Control at Concerts, which has already been mentioned. And this is the somewhat contentious idea that after 11 PM, noise from the events, or there should be no noise from the events. It should be inaudible indoors, even with windows open for ventilation. And I've had repeated reports from local residents that those evening events are not inaudible, even with the windows shut. Now, this seems to have generated a somewhat bizarre debate about the definition of the word inaudible. Well, I think inaudible means inaudible. You can't hear it. And if you can hear it, then it's not inaudible. But I know that we'll probably have to listen to a counter argument to that at some point today. So at what point is an audible intrusion a noise nuisance is the other question. It's a really hard one to answer. As already, Stuart, you raised the kind of scientific approach. Are there decibel levels that are in place to say that this is acceptable and this isn't? The answer to that is yes. In practical, realistic terms, does that mean anything when someone's lying in their bedroom at night listening to the resonant bass sounds from an electronic dance festival? it may well be different, you know, and there's a sense that, you know, there's some subjective level of interpretation about this. What feels like an intrusion to some people may not to others, and that doesn't mean that the people who don't care should come first. I think that everyone's got to be taken into account, and that's why it's quite a difficult area to debate. So if we're looking at context, of course, we've talked about the fact that it's a tranquil rural area. Festival noise is going to seem louder and more intrusive in that kind of location when there's barely any background noise, and not just at night, by the way. Now, I'm going to take the liberty of quoting Mr. Cobb at this point from a document dating right back to 2018. And there was a debriefing meeting, and this was from a festival in a normally tranquil rural setting, and as a result of which their license came up for review. And this is where Mr. Cobb's words were quoted from, actually from the SAG debriefing meeting for that festival, which was Sandon Fields, which I'm sure you remember. And he said, well, he's quoted in the paper, in that report, as saying, noise disturbance could still be constituted as a public nuisance without breaching the conditioned sound levels. I hope that sounds, if not familiar, then you agree with it anyway still. And I think that's an important comment, and it predates the current licensing policy, which is the B10 that we're going to keep coming back to, that says it's different in a tranquil village setting than it is in the town. And so if we can talk about decibel levels, you know, we've got one set of criteria that may not fit every context. So Bygrave Woods, sort of equidistant between Newnham and Bygrave, is not the same as an edge of town setting. So what may be acceptable in an urban environment is not going to be perceived in the same way in a very quiet rural location. And so, to come back to the point, the sort of constant sound of electronic dance music in the background through the day and into the early hours of the morning is, for some people, extremely disturbing. And that's obviously exacerbated if events are held over multiple days and it repeats itself and feels to some people like a remorseless battering of their senses. So the context is important, and so is the cumulative effect of numerous events, and also events that continue for multiple days. It's important, as I said, that people know what to expect, how many events there'll be, single or multi-day, and when they'll end. And so on that note, we're not allowed to speculate about the effects of future events, but I can buy tickets now for an event that's due to be held this summer, 4 days of music up until 1:30 in the morning. A quote from their Facebook advert: we can expect 4 stages, 39 different DJ sets, 9 of which are happening on the Thursday night. And we're going to be listening to psychedelic, ecstatic dance, trance, acid trance, bassline, hard techno and jungle. And their website says, you asked for it, we're a moving venue, back to a place with trees, blah, 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 forests, DJ sets with later and louder parties at Bygrave Woods. So this is the sort of thing that is in the calendar, but you have to go online to find out about it. And at the moment, in sort of mid-February, nobody's been sort of officially informed about this, and tickets are on sale for that. So presumably it's going to go ahead. But that kind of arrangement, it's not. TriFest in Letchworth doesn't have 4 days until 1:30 in the morning. They have 2 days until 11 p.m. Plus, I think they've got a VIP tent for a small number of people that goes on a bit later. Goatfest in Caldicot, 2 days until 11 p.m. Okay. I'm going to be interrupted.
Chair, if I can respectively remind you that we're here to specifically discuss events at Bygrave Plantation, and what happens at other events in North Herts is not relevant to today's hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. I can see why you're using these other events to contextualise, but it's a fair comment. So if you could keep your evidence and submission to this review, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was really trying to sort of relate this back to the licensing policy B10 that sets a different context for rural events, and pointing out that at the moment doesn't appear to be being implemented in practice. Yeah. Okay. In terms of notice, there was there was some debate about whether operating schedule conditions were being breached or not. And with this issue with Amherfest last August, I'm going to go into this in a bit of detail because, in a way, I think for many people, this was the straw that broke the camel's back, which was the event that's already been referred to, that was brought in at extremely short notice, having had a license issued in Hounslow on the 6th of August. Then North Herts was contacted on the 14th of August. And residents were sent a letter on the 22nd of August, or received a letter on the 22nd of August, which was backdated to the 1st of August. In fact, well before North Herts had been contacted about it. The case officer wrote on the 23rd of August that he hadn't had any replies from the SAG members except from Environmental Health, who stated they did not have enough time, understandably, to review the relevant documents. And he said he was somewhat disappointed by the limited response from SAG members, which would have helped to give reasons for cancellation. And then he forwarded me an email with some of the event management plan documents, which was also copied out to 57 recipients of the SAG members. And I then asked if it was possible to see the rest of the EMP event management plan documents. Now, these are documents which, as you've heard from Mr. Cobb, the ward members aren't normally allowed to see prior to the event because they're working documents. But the case officer said, and I quote his email to me, "I'm as frustrated with this event as you and the residents are. However, without the regulatory authorities engaging with us and not objecting, it's very hard for us to refuse to allow the event to take place." And then the condition that's being breached was requested by the responsible authorities so they could veto an event taking place without enough prior knowledge and opportunity to review any plans. To date, they failed to do this. And it's not very clear from that which condition the officer thought was being breached. But I'm assuming that this is something to do with the condition 5 in the operating schedule, which is the condition that says all the conditions shall apply unless advised otherwise in writing by the licensing authority. So you can see that in your report pack. can't find a page number at the moment, but I will if I can. And then the case officer said, if the event does take place, you or any member of the public may call the license in for review. At which point he then signed off sick. So that was some of the background to the review, which was the very short notice of this event, which was literally put into place within 7 working days. Presumably met all the conditions required, including the condition that removed the other conditions, which are supposed to have been produced in writing. When I asked to see the correspondence relating to that, I was told that at this point that the event management plan is a live document. The final version will be available once the event is over. And I was also told that allegations of condition breaches have to be fully investigated. And as I'm sure you'll understand, councillors should not get involved until the investigation is complete. Now, I hadn't made an allegation of a condition breach. I was just trying to find some more information about why it was that this event could be held at such short notice. And then the email continued and said, please be assured that we will reply with further comments or information next week, which didn't happen. So I'm just wanting to have a look at the idea that the responsible authorities have to have to use their veto, and I don't understand if that means that the responsible authorities actively have to confirm that the management plan is acceptable, or if nil responses are the same, and if just nobody responds to the event management plan, does it go ahead without any further debate? I'm not sure. It just seems a very passive approach from the licensing authority, which I thought in this particular case, where the responsible authorities had 7 working days across a bank holiday to respond. And I just wondered whether this means that they didn't respond and that's acceptable, or they did respond saying that they had no objection. And the pages on the report 35 to 37 show the deadlines and the operating schedule for notification, which is 3 months in advance of an event of that size, and 28 days for the final version of the event management plan to be produced, unless operating schedule condition 5 is applied. They should produce this. And again, with the environmental protection condition, it requires a noise management plan to be submitted 6 weeks in advance of the event, unless in exceptional circumstances, the premises license holder requests a reduction in the timescale. Now that 6-week period is important because the noise management plan is the bit that includes the notification to the public, to the residents in noise sensitive properties. So again, it was disappointing that the event came to be despite what the license contains in terms of timelines and deadlines, albeit the timelines can be overruled if the relevant officers and authorize that in writing. And when I asked to see what authorization had been given, I was given that rather dismissive answer that I mentioned. So I'm assuming that everything went through in proper fashion. I'm not querying anyone's integrity, but I am just saying that the license allows for this kind of procedure to take place. And that's to the extreme disadvantage of the public and the residents who have to live with the events. So that if you literally have a week and a half's notification of what event is going to take place, I think it lets it lets the community down. You haven't got certainty of what to expect, and intrusive and disruptive events can be held at next to no notice whatsoever. And then lastly, I want to mention about the traffic, really. We've heard about the road network. The rural road network is in a poor state, as we know. We know about potholes. We know about the roads that are being eroded around the sides and the edges. It is difficult to imagine getting 7,500 people in and out of such a rural site, or even the 15,000 that the license ultimately accepts. The road through Bygrave is narrower than the road on the Newnham side, and we're talking about getting access to the A507 primarily, and has already been mentioned. So I'll say it again, that route through Bygrave to get into the event site involves driving along Bridleway number 13, and I don't think it's acceptable to have that amount of traffic and driving up a bridleway. The route via Newnham coming in to the site and back out of it, if they use the one-way system that they used for the Ammerfest, also involves crossing a bridleway, but I think that one could be managed with careful marshalling to make sure that everything was safe. The lanes are too narrow for shuttle buses to operate safely. You just can't get past buses for most of those lanes. There's some eroded passing places, but nothing formal that would allow you to get past a bus. There is barely any local bus transport. Most people will come by private car to the events and do. There's been some people come by train and then attempt to come in by taxi. But again, if you're talking about large scale events like these, there just isn't a taxi force big enough in the district to cope with that. So we're talking about huge amounts of traffic on very, very rural road network. And I'll draw your attention to the final points in the officer's report, which talk about this aspect of it. Is there any way of making the road safer for the event traffic? Yes, reduce the number of events, and then you've reduced the problem significantly. I'll skip a couple of other points that I wanted to make. So just to conclude with then, the objectives here. When I wrote my submission, I came to the conclusion there that the current license should be revoked so that a new one could be prepared to show more consideration for the interests of the local people whose lives are inevitably affected by these events in various ways. I wasn't intending to be melodramatic, but maybe it does sound a bit drastic, but part of my mind was thinking about licensing subcommittees that I've sat on and the complications of revising and amending existing licenses. So I thought at some point that it might just be easier to start again and come up with a license that had a restricted number of events on it, specified more clearly when the events should run from and to, and in a more restrictive way than currently is the case. But you could revise the current license to achieve the same objectives. As has been said, it's not the case that anyone that I know of strongly feels that there should be no events at all on the site. The real issue is the fact that there's no limit on the number of events and the times aren't controlled as tightly as they should be. So I think there should be a limit on the number and the duration of the events per year. I'm very skeptical about the operating schedule condition number 5, which allows the licensing officer to waive all the other operating schedule conditions. I'm not happy with all the caveats and the environmental protection conditions, which allow the council's noise control officer to agree to waive timescale restrictions on that. And again, this comes back to the point that the events shouldn't be thrust upon the local communities at very short notice. And I think there needs to be stronger protection in a license to prevent that from happening. So no more last minute events. And restrict the permitted hours of live music and recorded music to, for example, 11 p.m, as has been suggested already. Bring it into line with other venues, such as Hitchin Priory and their events in the summer. And if it's possible for the licensing authority to impose a ban on event traffic using the bridleway at Bygrave to access or exit the site, that would be also very welcome. In terms of communication, I think that this is probably beyond the remit of the licensing authority, but I think that we had made good progress with communication prior to the events and relaying to the public and the local communities what they could expect in the following summer. And I think that that's something that we really need to investigate. And I don't know if it can be applied as a condition in the license, but I would have thought that regular updates between the license holder and myself and the local parish councils would be a very positive step in the direction of making relationships much better between the communities affected by the festivals and the organisers. And I also think that ward members should be allowed to attend the SAG debrief meetings. Steve's already shaking his head on that one. That's an aspiration then. And that's it from me.
Okay, thank you very much again for a very detailed submission, much appreciated. Does the representative Bygrave Parish Council have any points of clarification for the other person? Thank you. Does the premises licence holder rep have any points of clarification for the other person?
It's just one question, and it's a similar question to the one I asked previously. Could I be told, when was it prior to the submission of the review that a meeting was last requested with the licence holder?
But by myself, you mean? I can't remember. Prior to the submission of the review, I had a meeting with the licence holder on December the 17th at his request.
His request. At his request, yes. But yourself, when did you last ask for a meeting with the licence holder? I think your evidence is you can't remember.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Thank you.
Do any of my colleagues on the subcommittee have any points or clarification for the other person?
Ah, there we go. Marvellous, thank you. I have some questions of clarification, which may end up needing to be answered by Steve. I want to ask about the, because I've read through regarding the, what is the definition of providing notification regarding an event?
Can I attempt to give my interpretation of that? Yes, because I think in the officer's report, it says that there's no obligation to or condition that says that that should be done. But in the environmental protection condition, regarding the noise management plan, there's a reference in that to notification of residents in noise sensitive properties. Now, the noise management plan should be produced 6 weeks in advance of the event taking place, but it should refer to and in some way manage the notification to the residents. So there's no reason why that couldn't take place at the same time that the noise management plan was being prepared. So you could assume 6 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. 4 weeks has been, when it's worked, has been the sort of norm. And not always, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that in mind, and what would be a actual informing of the residents of the villages and of an event and what's happening at the event and what are the workings around it regarding safety, security, noise levels, etc. Are advertisements classed as notification of the public?
No, my expectation is that the residents will be sent a letter explaining, and I've got some examples there, so I can just quote from one of them. Information for local residents. This one is from the Amherst. Oh, this is the backdated one, yeah, unfortunately. And it basically says, dear local resident, the festival is taking place. These are the times, this is the capacity. There are notes about noise levels. There's a reference to the hotline for the local residents, for example. And
this is the one that is a separate one-off license, not.
No, they all come under the same one license.
Okay.
That's part of the policy of the licensing department, but it does lead to the problem that you've got a cover-all license now. This is possibly one that I think that needs updating, but it allows for an unlimited number of events to take place throughout the year.
Okay.
Of that number, up to 7,500 people.
And that brings me to my last bit, that is not informing the public or the residents of the villages effectively. Is that classed as a breach of the license conditions?
That's Steve shaking his head. It's a difficult one because it says in the noise management plan that there must be, it must be accounted for, that there is a notification to the residents of noise sensitive properties. Whether that's a licensing condition in the strictest sense of the word, Steve is now going to clarify.
If I may, Chair, Councillor Tyson has pointed out the relevant condition that there are a number of criteria required of a noise management plan, and one of them is to what are the arrangements to notify the residents. It's for the environmental health officer dealing with that noise management plan to determine what is appropriate notification. And if there was no notification, for example, yes, that would be a breach unless the environmental health officer decided that notification wasn't relevant. And while I have got the mic, I'm pushing your indulgence, Chair, but I'm sure you'll stop me if you think it's inappropriate. But one of the conditions proposed in the defence bundle is a notification procedure for Bygrave Parish Council that may well resolve the issues that are being raised.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Amy, do you have any further? Either colleagues?
Just wanted to follow up on that. Is my understanding then that the only way that local residents are informed is at the point where the noise management plan is issued? It forms part of that, or is there another mechanism for alerting the residents to upcoming events?
You go.
Well, just from my experience as a resident myself, I would say that in theory, the generation of the notification is set out in the noise management plan requirements. In practice, my assumption is, and the event organisers will be able to clarify this later on, that the notification comes from them as hopefully as a matter of course, and it's not necessarily tied into the noise management plan. Steve, I don't know if you wanted to clarify that for me.
Well, just a suggestion, Chair, but I think this is something that could be perhaps picked up when the licence holder makes their submissions, because they are the people that give the notification.
Yeah, I'm getting nods all round, so that sounds very good. Thank you. Bryony, anything else? No. Good. I've just got one point, rather than if you know the answer to it or not, but there seems to be a stark lack of involvement of Newnham residents or parish council. Have you got a view on that?
Yes.
Could you express it?
Newnham's a very small village, and as you may be recalling from the recent council papers, there's only 87 electors in Newnham, but they've got 6 parish councillors across 2 parish wards, 3 of whom are directors of the farm that owns the licence. And so I'm assuming that they are stepping back from an involvement in this because of their pecuniary interest in the events on the site and around it.
Okay, thank you. And I've noted that that's an assumption as opposed to evidence-based, but I did ask the question, so thank you. I appreciate that. Just before we move on to the licence, I'm just looking at the time, and for time management, I will see how you have as long as you need, but how long it takes, and then we may well take a lunch break before closing statements, or we'll see. But at this point, I'd like to now invite the premises licence holder to present their submission opposing the review.
Oh, I'm already on red without pressing the button. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I propose to lead into this presentation myself and then have contributions from those sitting around me, if you don't mind. Can I just check you've seen the supplementary papers that we've provided to you? And to deal with probably the last thing first, it was mentioned about conditions that we've proposed, and you will see very clearly that there are notification provisions for the parish council for Bygrave which mirror those to the licensing authority and to the safety advisory group. There is no issue with that whatsoever. I hope that that deals with that particular point, that the parish council, the licensing authority, the other responsible authorities are put on a par with that in that respect, so that everybody knows what is being planned. There is no problem with that. It's freely volunteered. We didn't have to volunteer. We did that from the outset. So I just thought it'd be helpful to deal with that particular point straight away, so that's put to bed. To my left, to your right, Mr. Farr is going to just do a brief introduction to what this premises is, where it's come from, and some other matters as well, including the question about the number of events that are held a year and how many of those are actually licensable.
Is that working? Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Alex Farr, 4th generation owner of AE and WA Farr family business. My family and I have been residents of Newnham for over 150 years, and I cannot stress enough, there is no one that cares more about our community and the surrounding villages than us. As a custodian of the land, it is my duty to do so. The reality is, this is the new world of English farming. Farming today faces unprecedented challenges, and diversification is essential for sustainability. Our event site is one way we can make productive use of the land rather than growing unprofitable crops or leaving the land fallow. The site's journey began in 2010 when a farmer started a festival and got hooked on the euphoria feeling of thousands of people having the time of their lives at a party we organised. The main stage being a mobile house in the middle of Bygrave Woods, and 150 friends of mine and my siblings is where it all started from. Myself and my youngest brother saw an opportunity to make something of this, and by year 3 we did, when over 3,000 people turned up. From then, the festival grew to something we never imagined, and in 2017, with a renewed licence, one of the biggest event names in the industry, AEG, took on the festival and the brand, hosting some of the biggest headliners still around today. Since then, we have been trying to hire out the site to all kinds of events. It has been semi-successful. We have only had 9 events in 6 years, only 3 of which I would class as a large-scale event. In summary, since Far Festival finishing, 2019 we had 1 event, 2020 was an unsuccessful one, with everyone still feeling the restrictions of COVID. 21 and 22, we had 2 events each year. 2023, the Russian invasion, price of everything triples, no events took place. 2024, we had 3 events. I have always enforced whoever hires the site needs to communicate as best they can to the local community through resident letters, flyers, and posters, ideally months before the event. Sometimes I've actually ended up doing it myself, so I know it's been done properly. In 2024, we had 2 exceptions as 2 late planned events approved and supported by Hearts Licensing took place. In 21 and 22, I feel I made a good effort to communicate with Bygrave and Newnham parishes. I arranged a meeting on site in May 22 to discuss my future plans, and having made such an effort, I was very disappointed with the turnout. Over the years, lots of local residents have both my email and mobile number to be able to contact me to express their concerns, to which 95% of the time, these issues were dealt with immediately. I would just like to highlight, over the years, I have had a lot more positive reviews and complaints from the local 3 parishes. The music festivals in particular are very well attended by all 3 parish residents, including Bygrave, utilising their complimentary free tickets. I recently had a good meeting with members from Bygrave Parish in our farm office, and I believe if we had one more, we probably could have saved everyone's time today. I would like to work with Bygrave, Ashwell and Newnham parishes, as I have always done in the past. In farming, you use the right tools for the right job at the right time, the right machinery for the right cultivations on the right day. For our event site, here are the right tools for the right job. This hugely experienced team is one of the best in the industry, and I am incredibly lucky to have their influence and support over the past 10 years at Newnham event site. You would be astonished how much work, time, money, and precise detail these 3 people go into to plan each of these events. With communication and collaboration, I am confident we can make this work for everyone. Thank you.
Now, Chair, if I could deal with some of the specifics, and I have to start with an apology. We make no bones about this whatsoever. A complaint was made and it was referred to about foul language is probably the best way of putting it on the PA system. That was completely unacceptable. We apologise unreservedly about that, but the situation was not quite as it was reported. This was something that happened by an artist. This was something that was intervened by staff on site before any complaint came in. Now, you'll, I think, probably hear from Gareth to my right as to how quickly that was dealt with. It wasn't an hour. We were aware that there was swearing going on. There were obscene words being used. That is not the sort of behaviour that we would expect to see on site. Absolutely not. For that reason, future artists are going to be put in no doubt as to the way that they should conduct themselves on stage, and that sort of language will not be tolerated. So with that, I do apologise for what happened on there. There was no intent. It was abhorrent to the event as well. let me just hand you over to Gareth Gwyn-Smith on my right, who is effectively the events coordinator for events. He's a very experienced person in terms of health and safety and event management. He can perhaps tell you exactly what happened on that incident, his involvement in that, because he was one of the ones who intervened to stop it. And then perhaps a little bit more about the planning process that goes in already to these events, because I'm sure you'd like to know these things don't just spring up overnight. There is a lot that goes into them, as you've already heard. So would you like to? Somebody else is doing it.
Am I on? I'm on.
Yes.
Afternoon all. Gareth Gwyn-Smith, Managing Director of SCS. I've been the event manager at Bygrave Woods, Bygrave Plantation for 13 years now. I'm also the designated premises supervisor. I've been an event professional for, I was adding it up, and it's somewhere between 30 and 35 years, which I'm quite significantly worried about now. And held a liquor license for the same amount of time. So my company works predominantly based in Brighton, work on all kinds of variety of events, from the London's Brighton bike ride to bits of Glastonbury, Notting Hill Carnival, all sorts of things. But I'm very lucky to have been working up in our beautiful area, you know, that we all appreciate for the last 13 years. We're, you know, working for Alex and working on the site. Just to dip into the specifics of that Sunday afternoon, absolutely, we all apologise for it. I would argue that it took us an hour. It was probably around 20 minutes for us to physically get a security team there, remove the artist and remove the microphone from the artist. As a father of 5, absolutely given that we do not all need that language booming anywhere on a Sunday afternoon. So my profuse apologies as the licensee as well, absolutely. But 20 minutes, and actually I believe it was Mr. Hill that sent me an email afterwards saying thank you for actioning that quite so quickly. So, you know, just we take it very significantly importantly. Reference back to the planning stage, there's been a lot of talk around planning and licensing time and all of those things. Every event is different. Every event takes a significant time. Reference to when the letters go out, sometimes that has to be when the noise management plan is signed off or all parties are in agreement that everything's happening. You know, we send out, I think it's something like 700 letters to the parish council that as part of this, you know, significant planning process. That we work hand in hand with all the responsible authorities, the licensing, the traffic, the station, all of those people have to be taken into account through the SAG process. And we absolutely always adhere to our licensing conditions, to my knowledge. The recent times, I mean, I think Alex, he used one of the words I've written down twice today, and that's diversification. You know, the land and the type of events we do, it has diversified across the time, but still all of those are in conjunction with working with SAG, working with police, working with licensing, working with environmental health. There's no point that we don't feel that we work hand in hand with the responsible authorities and, you know, take on feedback. And I think there was a query early on in the Bygrave thing saying, like, why don't we repeat what we do all the time? Every event is different. Every event is built from the ground upwards for the event safety management plan, for the traffic. Everything is different every time. Every single bit of planning is bespoke. There's no throwaway, just this will happen like this. Everything has engagement. Everything gets submitted to all of our, you know, partners across the, you know, our responsible authorities. There's no simple, why wasn't this done so quickly? It has to be done properly, has to be done safely, has to be done securely. And that's for people on the site and off the site. You know, I feel very lucky to work in such a beautiful area, and I take it very significantly seriously. It's me.
Thank you, Chairman. In the additional pack, I'd like to take you through some of the documents because it might be helpful for you, but also to mention in the context of what we are looking at here, and you've heard mention of various events during the year and numbers of 20, 25, what have you. Let me make it plain. That is not necessarily licensable activities, licensable events. There are other events that happen on this site other than licensable activities. Those that are licensable, of course, go through the safety advisory group process. And there is a right and a wrong way of putting on events. My submission, having been involved in the whole concept of safety advisory groups and providing guidance for a safety advisory group, is to go through that process. And you'll see in the pack that you have copies of minutes from the safety advisory groups. The safety advisory groups, you will well know, consist of professionals who have particular experience, whether it's in policing, environmental health, traffic management, etc., and they look at proposals. If I could take you to page 3, I've now lost it. Page 5 of the bundle that's been produced, which is the Safety Advisory Group minutes from 2021, starting back in time, and you'll see that there is a comment from Environmental Health. And on there, you have a comment about whether this event management plan that's presented to the Safety Advisory Group is satisfactory or not. Well, the comment is very simple. It is a well-written EMP, event management plan. That's the context in which these events take place. You have the minutes from 2022, and you'll see that there are no issues of any significance raised in that. Those appear on page 1. There are no significant issues that are raised there in terms of noise or safety. And it then goes through, and you have a statement on page, this must be 567, from Caroline Harding about the safety arrangements. Now, I don't think that there are any particular issues that we really need to address as far as the safety of individuals on the site are concerned. Most of the issues that have been raised are in relation to safety of people, for instance, walking along the road, arriving, leaving, people in the village. So I'm not proposing to go through those in any great detail. But one of the issues that clearly has raised its head, so to speak, is that of noise, and whether the noise levels at the events that are held are appropriate, whether they are too high, whether they're too low. Now, I can see the way that the applicant has gone about this and suggested, and there was talk about noise levels and particular limits. Well, this may come as a surprise, but there is a thing called the Noise Act 1996, which does impose specific limits for licensed premises above background, and there are penalties for exceeding those. We're not in a situation where any investigation, let alone enforcement or intervention, I think is the trendy phrase to use these days, has happened with events on this side. What we have is an event which has kept within the parameters that have been set, that have been evaluated by the professionals in this matter. Now, something was said about audibility and whether something is audible, and I'm conscious that everybody has got their own view on it. All I will do at this stage, before I pass on to our expert on acoustics, is ask you to consider whether audibility is the right measure. The reason I say that, and I will pause. Can you hear the air conditioning system? That's audible. Could you hear me clicking my pen around? That's audible. Whether something is audible or not is not a good indication of whether there is a nuisance. Whether there is a nuisance is something entirely different. It is whether people are unreasonably disturbed in the normal activities that they would undertake in their house. Unreasonably disturbed. I can say this with some experience, having been an environmental health officer myself in the long and distant past, and having managed environmental health terms and served more abatement notices than I care to think of. It is a much higher standard than inaudibility. It is wrong, in my view, to set inaudibility as a criteria on a license, where the Licensing Act itself talks about nuisance. That is the word that's used, and the guidance talks about nuisance. So in terms of where we are setting limits, we should be looking at what does the Noise Act say, which sets a decibel limit above background. We need to look at what does the noise management plan say, and we need to look specifically in this instance today about what actions are the license holders taking to ensure, this is the key phrase, that there is promotion of the licensing objectives. Promotion of the licensing objectives. There are a number of things that are done, and you have a copy of a noise management plan, which has been ably prepared to look at one particular event. I emphasize this is one particular event. We've already heard how the wind can change direction. That has a massive effect on noise propagation. We've heard that there are other things happening in the area. These things have to be taken into account for each and every event. It is not possible, in my view, to set a single noise level for an event at this site. What we will do is we'll look at the noise management plan. We'll look at also the actions that have been taken by staff who are on site. Now, you'll appreciate that this isn't a matter of the event taking place and then somebody just sitting on a sound desk and whacking up the volume and leaving it to go. No, it's a lot more than that, because there is a noise consultant who looks at what happens and responds to complaints that have been received. Now, we haven't provided logs of complaints because that does not necessarily help, but we will talk about some of them that occurred during the events back in 2022. So I wonder if I could just hand over to Robert Miller over on my left, perhaps to talk about the general process about what does he do on site. I can ask who he is, actually. That might be helpful to start off with, explain his background and experience, and what does he do on site, and what actions has he taken to make sure things are within levels, and also whether he's of a view that there has been any nuisance caused.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Robert Miller. I'm from a company called F1 Acoustics. We've been operating, carrying out sound management for festivals since 2012. I've actually worked on this particular site since 2011, and I've been carrying out sound management since 2008. So I've got quite a history of sound management at events and festivals. I've worked on everything from Glastonbury and Boomtown, from some of the largest ones, right down to ones of this size at the FARS site. So for this particular site and events that happen here, we go through the process of submitting the noise management plans. And as per the conditions, that is agreed with the environmental protection officers at North Herts Council. They have the opportunity to scrutinise our proposals for music noise levels and limits that we will run the event to, and that's agreed. And then we sort of move on to the sort of live stage, which is at the event. So we'll always have a member of our team at the events, and we set up noise monitoring at all of the stages for the sound engineers to be able to keep an eye on what limits they're running to. So we go around and we set limits for those stages, and that keeps them nice and steady and constant. It means they don't have that sort of noise creep throughout the day or night. When we then take regular frequent measurements off-site in all of the local villages. So I'll be spending most of my nights and evenings roaming, Newnham, Bygrave, Ashwell, and any other surrounding areas where we might get a complaint from. I take regular measurements. If we obviously look at the weather forecast as well, we know which areas might be the loudest during an event, and the loudest place will be the place we sort of monitor the most frequently, but we will obviously always spot check the other areas as well. If we spot the level increasing, we can always check the levels on site, double check with the sound engineer that they haven't had a changeover, maybe a change of act and the level's gone up a little bit or something like that. And we can always make requests and change those limits that they're operating to on site if we need to bring the levels back down again. So that's a sort of general overview. Yeah, obviously, if we get a complaint come through, that goes through to the hotline. That'll usually go through to the event control team, who will notify me immediately of the location, the time, and the nature of the noise complaint. That complaint will then be prioritised as the very next measurement that we'll go and take, and go and have a listen and take a measurement, and double check that we're within our noise limits that have been agreed previously. If for any reason, again, that we find a location where those limits have been exceeded, we put into action that process of reducing the stages to make sure that we get back within our limits as quickly as we possibly can. I think we've submitted a noise management plan, and I've also provided commentary on the applicant's review. So I won't delve into those into too much detail. I'll let you ask any questions, obviously, if you've got some later, and that's no problem. But I think one point to raise that has been sort of flagged by the applicant is that they've said that it should be inaudible. We do obviously work to a set music noise level limit for the nighttime events. And that is based on the guidance, the POP code that was referenced earlier as well. There is a paragraph that says it should not be audible within noise sensitive premises with windows open in a typical manner for ventilation. But it then goes on to clarify that, and it does say that the use of inaudibility as a guideline is not universally accepted as an appropriate method of control, and that the guideline is proposed as there is insufficient evidence available to give more precise guidance. And it has another point as well. It says control can be exercised in this situation by limiting the music noise so that it is just audible outside the noise sensitive premises. When that is achieved, it can be assumed that music noise is not audible inside the noise sensitive premises. So that's the basis of the music noise level limits that we agree with the environmental health officer. Obviously, I can't go into people's bedrooms. We don't want to disturb people unnecessarily at night. So I almost creep around in the darkness of night and try and be as silent as I can taking the measurements. And we can only measure outside people's properties and in sort of areas that we can publicly access to monitor the noise levels. So the conditions we have, the last point I'd just make on that is that the limits, the conditions at the moment allow the environmental health officer to review the music noise level limits that we propose in our noise management plan. So it is agreed, and the condition also allows, if they disagree with what we've proposed, it allows the environmental protection officer to state that we should adopt other limits. So we are not in control, you know, they have to be agreed, and if they're not agreed, we have to go with what the environmental protection officer asks us to consider. So that's the main points that I'd like to make, and yeah, I'll leave you for any detailed questions later on. I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Can I just ask you one question about complaints that you've been allocated, and perhaps give some examples of some that you've gone to investigate and what you found? There were some that I know that were logged in 2022 in about May. I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, absolutely valid questions, I think. So I'm not sure at this point. It'd be rather, you know, you need to make your own points, and then we can clarify things at the end. Maybe
I'm happy to do that. I was conscious there was something
Yeah.
that I just wanted him to add.
Yeah, I mean, the validity of the question, I take the point, but yeah, perhaps if we could just keep it to your own comments.
If that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I obviously have been out monitoring over many years. There was a complaint in 2022 that we went to go and review. That was in Bygrave, and I believe the complaint came in at 7:54 to me in the evening. So we went, and I think I was already in the area, to be fair. So I took a measurement at 8 minutes, and we were well within the limits on that occasion. And the point we'd like to make is that in my expert opinion and experience, there was no nuisance being caused by the music noise at that time and during that complaint, and any other time, to be frank, whilst I've been out monitoring. We keep strict control of the music noise levels whilst we're having events operate.
Chairman, I'm conscious it's 1 o'clock, and probably that's a good point to rest if you're content with that. I think unless you have any questions that your colleagues might want to ask now, or perhaps they might mull over lunch and then come back.
Okay, the point taken. I very much don't want to go to lunch before we give people the opportunity to ask you questions. Can I just ask, have you finished your presentations? Or
as far as noise is concerned, I just thought it would be helpful to perhaps draw a point on a technicality issue, that is of noise now, rather than move on to traffic, which will be our next submission, which perhaps might be better to be dealt with as a second set of questions.
How appreciate perhaps a piece of string, but how much longer do you think you're going to need for the whole of your presentations? There's no issues about the time, but I'd just like to know.
Yeah, I think probably together 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, well, I take the point, but unless anybody's desperate for a comfort break, if they are, then we can. I think I prefer we finish this bit and then we can break for lunch, come back for closing statements. So
Yes.
so if you're okay with it, I think we will carry on.
That's perfectly all right. That's perfectly right. So on my far left, your far right, Ben Jones is involved in traffic management, and you will see in the pack that there is a copy of a traffic management plan in there. Again, traffic management plans specific to the event. Now, I'm conscious that mention was made of the sensitivity of these documents. Perhaps if I could just reiterate that, given the world that we live in now, can I just make the request that the documents that we have provided are indeed destroyed after this hearing today, just because of the sensitivity of them. I think that perhaps wasn't reinforced as much as I would personally have liked. You do appreciate that putting on events of this nature have enough risks, thank you very much, as they are, without introducing some others, especially as we're in a public forum.
We'll do that, absolutely.
I'm grateful. Now, the traffic issues have been highlighted as something of concern to local residents, and I can understand that any increase of traffic on the road is going to give rise to concern. I'm conscious that you've been shown photographs of the roadway and traffic, I believe, existing, that goes up and down that road. I believe my instructions are that those photographs were taken at a time when there wasn't events, so the traffic that you see is just normal traffic. So it's perhaps slightly disingenuous to show that as an evidence of some impact because of the events that take place. But clearly there needs to be a flexible approach, again, in getting traffic into and out of the premises, the licensed premises. Mention has been made of the bridle path, which I believe is on your land, isn't it? Yes. And of course, it is not lawful for anyone to drive on a bridle path. But if it is a landowner's piece of land, my understanding of the legislation is that the landowner can drive on it if he so wishes, and he can authorize other people to do so. It's just the general public are not allowed to drive on that road, on that bridle path. So that deals with that point. Now, it's been suggested that traffic should always be routed through one particular route. That, in my respectful submission, is the biggest recipe for disaster that I could possibly imagine, simply because the dynamic of events, the nature of vehicles arriving to the event, the weather conditions, the conditions of fields, these are all things that have to be considered in terms of putting together a traffic management plan. And that's why the process is that a traffic management plan is produced, it's provided to the Highways Authority, it's provided to the Safety Advisory Group, who can then pass comment on it. And it goes further, and it goes into matters of, we've already heard how the local rail station is part of the Safety Advisory Group. So I think probably it's helpful for me to, without stealing too much more of his thunder, pass over to our traffic management expert, who can talk a little bit more about what the process is, and again, why it is that the plan needs to remain dynamic.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Jones. I'm a consultant that specialises in traffic, transport and people movement at events. I've been working in this industry for over 10 years and have experience of working at large-scale festivals and events of up to 50,000 people. I've worked on events at Bygrave Woods since 2017, and I've been responsible for writing the traffic and the transport plans and also providing operational services relating to traffic management and parking management. The plans which I put together for events, and specifically events at the venue, are based on the following key objectives. 1, to facilitate the safe and expedient movement of vehicles to and from the venue and also within the site footprint. 2, to reduce the impact of traffic associated with events as far as is reasonably possible. And 3, to reduce congestion on the local road network and promote traffic flow. In order to deliver upon those objectives, various measures are used, including but not limited to the provision of advance warning signage, typically placed 2 weeks before each event takes place, to say advance warning, event, the dates of the event, and then delays possible. Those signs are placed on the local road network and on roads that we expect to be busy. The provision of directional road signage and communications to influence vehicle routing to and from the venue. So you'll probably be familiar with, yellow AA road signs that direct vehicles. So we shall place those signs during both the construction and the deconstruction phase to route vehicles associated with setup and takedown, and also on the event days to route vehicles associated with parking or taxi drop-offs and coaches. We deployed temporary traffic management on the public highway, typically during the event days only when the impact is greatest. And what that means is measures like road closures or staff with stop and go signs, placement of no waiting cones, etc. Those controls are intended to support the objectives of promoting traffic flow and managing the traffic associated with events at the site. The impact of events, and as was alluded to earlier, does vary quite considerably depending on the types of events. And I suppose in the most recent context at the venue was the events that happened last year. So last year we had the Cereals Agricultural Show. We also had the Ammerfest. Ammerfest was a music event taking place into the evening. People come in, seeing the music, leaving later into the evening. The Cereals was a large agricultural farm show with visitors coming early in the morning and leaving in the afternoon. But what is most important from a traffic point of view about events is how people arrive, when they arrive, and in what time frame do they arrive and depart. Because events where the arrival period is really, really constrained into a tight time frame obviously means more traffic on the road in a short period of time. Events which happen over the course of a number of days, the traffic impact is often less because it's dispersed across a longer period. But it's particularly important at venues such as Bygrave Woods to consider the arrival and departure profile when planning the traffic management. Now, the venue have invested in on-site improvements in recent years, which have made quite significant changes and the abilities for us to implement changes in the event traffic management plans. What that means is that we've now more farmland available within the site to use for parking in the Newnham side of the site, which has made it possible for us to accommodate more vehicles that side of the site for parking and use Newnham a little bit more for event-related traffic. However, to the specific point that was brought up earlier around could all event traffic use Newnham? Now, in my professional opinion, that would not be advisable for large-scale events or events of a certain type because it would result in congestion in and around Newnham, particularly at the junction with the A507 and the village through Newnham. Having the ability to disperse traffic across the local road network by perhaps bringing vehicles in via Newnham and out via Bygrave allows us to promote traffic flow, which is a core objective of the plans. However, as was achieved for the Ammerfest, we did manage to bring all of the vehicles in and out via Newnham. The reason for that was, as I mentioned earlier, it was a music event where everybody came in the kind of early afternoon and they left later in the evening. So the crossover of arrivals and departures was completely separate. They all came in, they all stayed, and they all left at the end. When events happen of that type, it's easier for us to manage on the Newnham side of the site. If we had an event a bit like serials where visitors are kind of coming and going a little bit throughout the day and there's more crossover. We need more of the road network in order to better manage the traffic flows. So I think the point I wanted to make was we have had some improvements to the site which have enabled greater usage of Newnham. Each event that takes place at the site, I undertake a risk assessment from a traffic management perspective and select the routes to be used and the control measures to be applied to safely manage that traffic. There are occasions where Newnham only is going to be possible, and that will be much more so in the future with the site improvements that the venue have invested upon. But it will not always be possible for us to restrict vehicle movements to Newnham only because I feel that that would be a risk of congestion in Newnham and the route to the A507. I just wanted to touch upon some of the specific points that were raised as concerns relating to the traffic management. There is a lot more detail included within my report and statement submitted prior to this hearing. But to the points referenced around usage of the road surrounding the site, so hopefully my previous comments have given a bit more flavour as to when the roads might be used and for what purpose, but also just to kind of make a point to an earlier point that was raised about usage. It may have sounded that we only used the route through Bygrave for event traffic and we didn't use the route through Newnham. That's never been the case. We've always used the route through Newnham and occasionally have used the route through Newnham and the route through Bygrave. It's not just always been that way. In terms of the narrow roads through Bygrave, I do absolutely accept, having driven the road more times than I can remember up and down and around, that it is narrow in places. There is the ability for two small vehicles to pass each other in places, but there are places where it is not. With that in mind, we implement controls when that road is used in the form of advanced warning signs, slow event traffic signs, and having read all of the representations prepared in advance of today's meeting, have actually made an additional note for future events at the site that where that road is utilised during the construction and deconstruction phases, we will add additional signage that says slow large vehicles ahead or similar, just to help to mitigate the concern that was raised. For the serials event, we reduced the speed of the road through Bygrave that leads down to the A507 to 30 miles an hour. So we acknowledge that there is a risk of speeding associated with some events. And when we foresee that risk, we implement a control measure to manage that risk. I noted some concerns around parking. We place no parking cones on roads surrounding the site, including the route through Bygrave towards the A507, when we deem there to be a risk of parking outside of the site. So most often events at the venue, parking inside the venue is free, and I've never observed there to be particular issues with unsafe or illegal parking outside of the site, but we do place those cones to deter parking on verges. So the concerns that were raised around the site access gate being on a blind bend, we place slow event traffic signage at that gate to warn vehicles of traffic turning ahead. And when increased usage is expected, we deploy traffic control in the form of traffic lights to manage vehicles turning safely at that location. To the bridleway, I think that point's already been addressed, but I wanted to broadly talk about how we manage on-site traffic. So for events that take place at the venue, we have a site speed limit in place, marshalling, lighting and signage to make sure that vehicles are driving through the site safely on the routes which we want them to use. And for those who maybe haven't walked on the bridleway mentioned, the landowner has made really good improvements to it in recent years, and it's very wide, it's hard standing. A vehicle can pass a pedestrian on that route safely. Finally, just in terms of managing disturbance, so my job is some people think it's not the easiest job in the world. I've done it a long time. It's a balancing act of how far do you go with restrictions on the public highway that help to promote traffic flow and don't make everyone else's lives a misery. We have considered in the past restrictions like one-way systems and no entry points on the local road network that I feel would have a more detrimental impact on local residents and businesses than the measures that we do put in place that I feel have worked very successfully. I welcome discussions and feedback with local parish council and others in the development of plans in the future. But I feel like the plans that we put in place in consultation with the local authority highways department are appropriate and successful in the delivery of events at the site. Thank you.
I think that concludes what we have to say about traffic, and it falls to me to talk about the other two issues that perhaps are foremost and have been mentioned in the applicant's application, and that is the matter of compliance, which is, I think, admirably dealt with by your officer on page 27 of the committee papers. There is no non-compliance. That is the position that the licensing authority has taken on that. We work very hard to make sure that the license conditions, detailed and complicated as they are complied with, and indeed worked to and beyond. Now, one of the difficulties that there is with any event is that of antisocial behaviour. It comes, I wouldn't say hand in hand, but quite often antisocial behaviour features in hearings to do with licences. It's part of the run of the mill. And what we have provided to you is some anecdotal evidence in some respects, certainly no empirical evidence to show where there have been problems specifically. But in terms of promoting the licensing objectives and dealing with matters, Councillor Willoughby is entirely right that these are issues that can be dealt with if they're reported and reported to the event management team. There is a number provided to do exactly that. And it's not acceptable, in my view, just to say, oh, we don't want to disturb anybody at that time of night. Quite clearly, if something is disturbing somebody to the point that they want to call for a review, then it should be that they've got enough impetus to make a complaint to the police or to the management of the event on the night in question, so that action can be taken. Now, proactive action is already taken by the event management, and there are patrols that go out and they look at perimeter fencing, they look at the area, and they deal with issues when they arise. It doesn't, let me be clear, it doesn't take an issue to prompt a tour, to prompt an inspection, to prompt a survey of the area to make sure there are no problems. That's not the case. In terms of litter picking, I wonder if you've got some information about litter picking. Sorry to throw this one upon you, about the process and what happens after the event on litter picking, because
Absolutely.
action is taken.
My
to
favourite
deal.
subject.
I thought it might be.
I mean, just yes, as John was saying, I mean, we take every single, of those calls that we've ever had to the community hotline very significantly seriously. But prior to that, regarding cleanup, we have always we go up and down the Bygrave Road. I don't personally. We send the cleaning team. We send them to Newnham because we've recognise the fact that potentially people might drop something out of their window or something, and in fact, quite often we feel we may or may not have been cleaning up stuff that wasn't relevant to us, but it's only positive for the area, so that's always in the cleansing plan post any sort of big event. Is we are responsible for not just the licensed area, but people, what we call Zone X, people's arrival to and departure from. Again, as I say, we take it seriously.
So that's just one example of actually a positive benefit from holding the event, that there is a litter picking activity that's going on in excess of what would otherwise happen. So I think those are the issues that are primarily raised within the application. I think I sum up at this stage before doing a final sum up at the end, that we are disappointed we are where we are. You've heard from Mr. Farr that perhaps one more meeting would have actually resolved things. You've heard how the evidence that you have is that the meetings that have happened have been at the request of the licence holder, not as a request of the parish council or the district council. These are, or at least not since 2022, these are requests that have been made from the licence holder. We are disappointed that we're here. We want to try and work with those living in the area. We want to try and make sure that there are improvements. And again, it is slightly disingenuous to say that by making improvements, one suggests that something is unsatisfactory. That's not the case. One can always make an improvement. There is no perfection in this world that I know of. So there is always room for improvement in any situation, in any of us. That is really it as far as the evidence that we want to submit to you. I have, of course, quite a bit to say in terms of summing up, as you would expect. We'll do that after lunch. I thought you would probably want to leave that until after lunch. But if you have any questions, then of course we're more than happy to answer those now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, and similarly to our other contributors today, thank you very much to all of you for your detailed and measured evidence that you've given. I mean, it's very helpful. Could I just ask the representative of Bygrave Parish Council, do you have any points of clarification?
I should warn you, I've got quite a few.
How many have you got?
Well, I wrote a number of questions before I came today based on the submission. There's only a couple of things come out, but I do have
That's okay.
10, 15 questions, something like that. It's not a small number. Some of them should be quite easy to answer.
I'm conscious of the time,
yeah.
but
Happy
we're all
for me to
all
plough on?
adults, aren't we? Let's keep going and see how we get on, shall we?
Thank you. Before I do, I just want to say I'm not going to try to revisit some of the points. We're going to have to agree to disagree on some. So, for instance, the amount of time that was taken to solve the profane language. I would say recollections may vary, to use a phrase, that I believe that meetings, at least some of them, were instigated by the parish council. I know one was hosted in my home, and I know that I produced the agendas for them. So,
yeah.
So on the questions,
could I just, yeah,
yes,
I appreciate the temptation, but
Yeah,
we need questions
I
rather than
understand,
statements.
I
Yeah.
understand entirely. Right. You mentioned that a lot of local people enjoy coming to the events. Can you tell me, do you have any sort of numbers on, particularly for 2024 events, what proportion of people locally attended in a paid capacity?
Chair, I'm not quite sure what the relevance is to the promotion of the licensing objectives, but
I'm happy
as
to
far as-
explain why I'm
Yeah.
asking that question.
Yeah, go for it.
Because there is a requirement under license to sort of consider what's a reasonable level of disturbance for local residents, taking into account the local benefits, the benefits for the community. So I think understanding whether people who go to the events are local or not is directly relevant.
I'll accept that needs an answer, please. Yeah.
There are local people that attend. They do get complimentary free tickets, and the only feedback I get is they all have a good time because they can walk over the fields or they can leave their car and go home that evening. The cereals event, the farming show in particular, it was family farming event, and
Just cutting it. I appreciate you perhaps don't do this too often, but it's the number, I think, the question. I don't know if you've got the answer to that, but
sorry,
it was
I
a
didn't
number.
get that.
I think it's about a specific number. I don't know if you hold the data.
I could look back on data, and any event, when you buy a ticket online, it is showing where you buy it from. So back when we ran the Farfest days, I knew exactly who was buying it and where they were living. So Electric Woodlands, they're not here anymore. I can always go back and get that data and prove that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I think we'll take that as an answer at this stage. Okay.
Thank you. I don't know who gets free tickets. We don't get free tickets in Bygrove, by the way. We did for the cereals, but we don't for the other events. Okay. Let me just quickly. Yeah, I have a question. It was on page 2 of the bundle for it was the minutes of the SAG meeting on the 18th of October. Are you able to provide any explanations to why there's the comment made about the cancelled Dreamland event and highlighted the importance of dates relating to conditions on the license? And I consider that's directly relevant to something we're talking about today about the importance of adhering to them. I wonder if anybody could explain any more about that.
So I'm just trying to find the reference. Page 2.
It's page 2,
Okay.
minutes of SAG meeting. First paragraph.
I don't know. So
So that was the first time we ever went outside of our normal operating parameters, and they were going to use a different event management company, obviously not my good self, and they missed some basically they missed some timelines that we'd instilled to make sure we were happy, and we weren't happy with it, so we pulled the whole event. Obviously when it's shorter notice, and I'm just going to say I'm aware of exactly what's going on, it's much easier for us to be confident that we're not breaching the license.
I've raised concerns about hosting Amafest at short notice. I've been able to see the security arrangements that were going to be put in place when it was held in Hounslow. I mean, it's a wonderful thing. And it was very extensive security for the surrounding area. So for instance, I appreciate the context, sorry, I was going to ask, did they look at what was going to be arranged in Hounslow, and was something similar arranged? Because it looks way beyond anything I've ever seen for Bygrave.
Well, as a security professional of 32 years, I'd suggest every single event, whatever it is that is on the premises license, we risk, check, look through. So I'm not sure where the lady gets her security experience, but I'm very aware of what we are doing there. And we look at the relevance and the necessity of how many SI, how many stewards, everything. I mean, that is literally my speciality.
Part 2 of the page 2 of the bundle, again referring to the minutes from the 18th of October SAG meeting, and it refers to there wasn't MD there from environmental health. It is going to be a question, but they weren't aware of any residents' complaints for either events. Now, Mr. Grinsmith was present at that meeting. I want to ask why he didn't volunteer that there had been residents' complaints at that event, because there were.
Sorry, you're going to have to repeat that. Which meeting are you talking about?
The SAG meeting on the 18th of October 2022. Mr. Farr wasn't present, but you were present.
Might be able to help you.
Chair, as the minutes reflect a safety advisory group meeting, what the environmental health report was saying was how many reports were received by the council. So the officer was saying that the council didn't receive any. That didn't mean that any wasn't reported through the separate hotline.
That wouldn't include the ones that are made to the helpline that go in the report that goes to the environmental. Okay. Well, if that's the case. Okay. This is a question for Mr. Jones. So he's referring to changes being made that will make traffic arrangements better. I can see that for Bygrave, there's an additional gate being added to the access from Ashwell Road. I think that was done as part of the serials. I don't know how where you are of the changes, Mr. Jones, but that field's going to be a solar farm, so there'll be no parking there. There'll be no access, second access at that point. I don't actually know whether that went through planning anyway, but there won't be another access point. You won't be able to use that parking. So what will be how will you be advising the traffic arrangements going forward? Bear in mind, you'll only be able to use one entrance. It will be along the bridleway with horses on it, not just pedestrians, because it is well used.
So the question is, what arrangements are being made, I think, for future?
So in terms of the impact of the solar farm, should we require parking capacity to the east of the site, it will be accommodated within one of the adjacent fields, which is within the licensable footprint shown in the earlier drawings. If we need that parking capacity, we do have big car parks to the west. So for a lot of events, we probably won't need it. But if we did, that's where they go.
Yeah, there will be. Just I'm trying to cut some out. That's why I'm taking a little bit longer. You'll be pleased to know. Yeah, so it's Mr. Jones again, I'm afraid. You refer to reducing the impact of event-related traffic as far as is reasonably possible. So that's infers to me that there will still be some impact. And that, so are you still saying that you believe that it's a reasonable impact on residents and reasonable disturbance? Because that's going to be really important for the committee in determining whether that, I mean, it's irrelevant whether it clog up Newnham and therefore you have to use Bygrave if Bygrave isn't suitable.
In my opinion, the impact associated with events in plans that I've written for is reasonable. I think the roads surrounding the site are quiet. They do have capacity to accommodate event traffic. They're not heavily utilised. I appreciate that it's a rural location and is used by residents, but I believe the roads can accommodate event traffic. I think that in terms of the interpretation of reasonable, in my opinion, yes, but the plans are also sent to the local authority highways department who approve measures to be implemented. And if they had concerns, they would feed them back and I would update the plans accordingly.
Thank you. And are you on site when events happen? So did you witness the fact that the roads were gridlocked during the Serials event and it stopped people on school runs, for instance?
I'm not on site at every event and every hour which the events take place. I was on site for the Serials event, the first event day of Serials. The Serials event is a large agricultural farm show, took place on a weekday. Peak arrival period was aligned with the morning rush hour, so traffic volumes were busy in the area. I thought that the level of traffic flow during our peak arrival and departure period was very well managed. We didn't experience extensive queuing times. Traffic didn't queue back to the A507. We bring traffic on purpose into the site using both Newnham and Ashwell to disperse traffic across both of the routes, and I never observed any queuing for access that exceeded a couple of 100 meters even at peak times, which I was happy with.
This is the noise consultant. I've been looking at the noise management plan for, I think it was Brockwood, and I'm a bit sort of puzzled by the estimated noise levels for the different areas of the locality, and I just wondered whether they were correct, because it shows the noise as being expected to be much higher at Ashwell than at Bygrave, but yet the stage was facing straight to Bygrave.
I'll just have to pull up that report, but in answer to your question, no, the main stage for Brockwood was in the normal main stage woodland area, which does face towards Ashwell. And are you specifically sort of talking about the house that's called the Knoll? The Knoll?
No, it was Bygrave North and Partridge Hill.
Partridge Hill. Ah, yeah. So that's on the very closest edge, at the top of the hill that sort of overlooks the site. So yeah, no, I can so with the modelling, one particular factor of it is that it's downwind in all directions, which is how we do the modelling. But obviously, in reality, we would only ever have one downwind direction on the day. So it's showing a worst case, but a worst case in all directions at all times, which obviously is a sort of an imaginary situation, but it helps us to understand which locations might have the worst or highest sound levels should the wind be blowing in that direction.
Sorry, I'm probably just going to try to come back to that one, because it just doesn't towards. I just wonder if there were a wrong way around, because that's certainly not the way that the projections have been done for previous events. And if you use the same methodology, then I just find it a little bit surprising that they would be this way around. And it is relevant to another question.
Yeah, if I may, yeah, I mean, there is always the possibility that there is a typo, if you
I
like,
think there
in the
probably
table.
is.
I don't have it in front of me. I can't comment any further unless I review it. I'd be happy to review it and talk to you, another time about that. But I don't have the time now to look into it into detail.
Okay, well, if we could make it on the assumption they are the wrong way round. Yeah.
Pause there. Hopefully to do you a favour, I know it's not an ideal situation, but we've moved forward very nicely.
Yeah, okay.
I'm starting to, no, it's okay. I'm starting to detect that you've got perhaps a few more, and it wouldn't be the obvious point to take lunch.
I'll go
But
quickly,
I'm
promise.
no, actually, I think we'll stop now.
Are you sure?
And then we can all draw breath.
Okay.
I certainly have got quite a few questions,
Yeah,
as I
okay.
think my colleagues have as well. So what I don't want to do is rush through and not give
Okay,
everybody the
thank you.
opportunity. So I know it's not
Yeah.
perhaps the
Yeah.
norm, but I think if everybody's okay with it, we'll pause now. We all know where we are, and then you can take up again, and we'll go through the procedure as we go. So thanks for that. Thanks for everybody's flexibility. It's 22:02, so it's a bit of a late lunch. I think we'll aim for about 40 to 45 minutes maximum. So we'll get back here at the latest to start again at 2:25. Thanks again.
If I can just add, Chair, before people leave again.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Room 2 just down the corridor is available for members of the public to sit in. You can eat in there as well. You're welcome to leave the building and come back in through the front door. I'll try and come down, and if nobody's down there to let you up, ask reception and they can phone one of us and we'll come and let you in. Otherwise, yeah, please just keep separate from
Thanks,
the
James.
committee and members of the public on both sides. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you once again, just before we start, for your flexibility. I appreciate it probably wasn't the optimum time to stop, but I think it's only fair. I was aware that maybe you were getting rushed a little bit, which is obviously not something we want to do for anybody. So if we could just keep to questions, that would be really helpful. I appreciate there's always a bit of context to add. But if we could pick up where we left off, and over to you.
For that, you'll be pleased to know that I've taken the chance to go through and I've scrapped most of them now, as I think are not going to help the meeting. So I've got about 3, I think it is, questions now. So thank you for the break. It helped me as well. This is for the noise consultant. On page 59 of the bundle, which is page 12 of the noise management plan for Brockwood, Rob, you're setting out the maximum noise levels that are permitted. I'd like to ask about the background to setting the noise level for nighttime. I know we keep coming back to this, but it's such an important point for Bygrave. So there's sort of 2 questions within that, if I may. So first of all, it's been set at 48 decibels, whatever the measurement is. I'd like to ask, so it's 3, how that's arrived at, why it's higher than it has been previously, because it's previously been 45, and we've had a lot of issues with it at 45, and why it's higher for the houses closer to the site than for further away.
So the levels, as far as I can remember, have always been 48 for the site, and those were defined way back in sort of 2013, 2014 sort of times, when we had an EHO coming around with us. They determined that that was an acceptable level for the nighttime in the area. And yeah, they've just historically stayed on. We've obviously reviewed them against complaints and reviewed them with the environmental health officers, and they get reviewed before every event. So they're currently, that's the level. As I explained earlier, we obviously can't get into people's bedrooms during the night time, so we use a just audible criteria outside, and that is the number that has been determined and used at this site for quite some time.
I know this isn't a question, but I would say it isn't. I've looked at Electric Woodlands for 2022 and it was 45. And that's the only other one that I have.
I think Electric Woodlands didn't go into the nighttime.
It did the second time.
The second one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Page 64 of the bundle, you set out the prediction method, which you'd be pleased to know, although it interests me a lot, I'm not going to ask questions on. But I'm sort of looking at the results from that. I've already, there's no query whether they're correct or not. That's another matter. From my understanding that these are, is this correct, that they're sort of what you expect on average the noise to be throughout the night in sort of stable conditions, on the assumptions that were adopted?
Sorry, is that the predictions?
Yes.
Did you say? Yeah. So the predictions are a tool that we use before the event to determine the feasibility of the event and double check that the on-site noise levels are enough for an audience to enjoy themselves at a level that they expect. Obviously, when they pay for a ticket, they expect a certain sound level. And so we use the modeling as a tool to determine whether that's feasible to achieve those levels and achieve the music noise level limits that are set by the environmental, well, in conjunction with the environmental health officer in this case. Yeah.
Okay, so the if I'm correct in understanding, the actual measurements will be taken over a 5-minute period rather than over the whole night. So is it reasonable to say that at times the music will be louder and at times it will be quieter than the prediction, even if everything else was borne out in practice?
So the music noise level limits are set as normally as a 15-minute measurement during the daytime. And yes, in this case, and then onto 5-minute averages during the nighttime. And that is that's what's set in the condition, that's what's modelled, and that's what's then measured on site as well. I think, does that answer the question? Oh.
Well, I was saying, so you would expect, if I understand this correctly, that 5-minute measurements at some point you would expect to be above the average, because that's what averages are, and sometimes below the average.
So normally, a 5-minute measurement will be more onerous. The way that the logarithms work, and I don't want to go into a maths lesson here, but any louder periods tend to dominate the measurement. So over a 15-minute measurement, though, any loud periods will be averaged over more quieter moments, whereas especially with dance music, that are sort of the events that we're talking about at the moment. That doesn't mean to say that all events on Bygrave are dance music events, but then yes, those were, you know, the loud moments will have less time to be averaged to a lower level. So in some ways, 5-minute measurements are more onerous at night time, and that's why 5-minute measurements are used across the board, usually for nighttime measurements at festivals in the UK.
Okay, so it's just my final question on that point. You'll be very pleased to know. It just seems that the predicted noise levels averaged over the whole period are very close to the maximum permitted. And I was surprised, wouldn't you normally expect to see a broader gap, more wiggle room, as it were? So to anticipate the fact that sometimes the noise will go up and will breach the limits, because breaching at any time is a problem, not whether it's on the right level right throughout the night.
As I explained, the predictions are a tool that we use before the event to demonstrate feasibility. During the event, yes, noise levels do fluctuate, but we maintain a buffer. And as I said, the predictions are downwind in all directions at the same time, which never happens. It's an imaginary scenario that we're modelling for our own purposes. So we also take into account the weather forecast on the day, and we make sure that we're looking at the loudest areas, and we set the on-site noise limits in a proactive way to make sure that we give enough headroom for those periods that you're describing, the louder periods. So we do account for the up and down. The modelling is not the exact level that we set things to on site, because we take into account the wind direction on the day.
Okay, that's my final question. Thank you.
Thank you all for that. Does the other person supporting the review have any points of clarification?
Thank you, Chair. Just one or two very quickly. Can I just ask Alex, when we were talking about diversification in the farming industry, obviously your particular company has a wide range of interests and just, you know, a big commercial enterprise in the area with, according to the website, assuming it's up to date, pretty big property portfolio and a massive poultry farm with capacity for 440,000 broiler hens across the A1. So what percentage, if I'm allowed to ask, what proportion of your sort of commercial interest does this represent, the event business?
I'm not going to answer that, Tom. You can ask me that out of this room. But
okay, I just wondered what kind of scale was relative to all the other bits. If that's not something you
could I just would you like to make a point?
Yes, I'm just conscious that the financial arrangements quite clearly aren't relevant to the promotion of the licensing objectives. The only time that the committee can take into account financial arrangements are in that limited situation about primary use of a petrol station. And that's not relevant particularly here. Mr. Cobb is nodding his head vigorously, and because he knows what I'm talking about. So we would decline to answer that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the question's been asked, and you don't have to answer that, but fine. If you could move on, please.
Yeah. I've just got a question. When we were talking about the abusive language that was heard and being perpetrated by one of the DJs, I guess, what's the stance of the event organisers about open mic events on that site? And shall I explain that I'm asking that because it's referred to specifically in the advertising for an event that's being promoted for this coming summer.
What do you consider to be an open mic event?
An open mic event, to my mind, is where members of the audience can go on stage and do an act.
I mean, all events and stuff, every event has a control measure and has an afterwards control measure, as was proven with what happened. At no point am I aware that we invite audience members onto the stage. I mean, that was an act, you know, and it was an act that was removed from stage as quick as we possibly could make that happen. As I previously said, we hold our hands up to the fact it happened, and we dealt with it robustly and swiftly before even any complaints were received to the community hotline or an email or anything. So we completely agree that that happened, and we feel that we showed due diligence in resolving it before anyone could even make a complaint as such.
My point was what reactive measures do you take after the event of something like this happening, but what proactive steps can you take to prevent that kind of thing from happening? And given that this particular event is offering open mic sessions, I think that would be necessary to consider how you would prevent.
I think my colleague mentioned earlier that we've already have steps in process that make sure that couldn't happen again. So, you know, there is information that goes out internally to people that are at the venue that if they are on the stage, then you know, there should be no swearing, there should be no nothing. It's in 13 years that's happened once. I think we're dwelling on a single event that's happened once that's never happened again, you know. So no, we do not like people to come on stage and swear and say rude words.
Absolutely accept that you don't like that happening.
Absolutely
I'm asking
not.
how you would prevent it happening if
I mean,
members
that
of the
goes out
audience were
as-
freely able to join and to go on
It's a brief,
stage.
it's a brief that would go to everyone now, that I think everyone is aware that that sort of thing is
All right.
not adhered to or appreciated on our licensed premises.
Thank you. I was just going to make a point also about the uniqueness of all the plans for the different events. Now, if I was, no, I won't say that. Just to pick up on something, actually, Gareth mentioned this before, that one of the transport management plans for one event contained details of another, as if to suggest that there'd been a certain amount of reuse of previous documentation, copying and pasting, what have you, which I assume is acceptable practice. But just to pick up on an example of that, in your defence bundle on page 63, there is a reference. This is the noise management plan for the Brockwood Festival of 2024, and at point 4.2.20, there is a reference to the warm-up festival. So I would just ask you if that is indicative of the fact that not everything that is prepared for these events is unique to that particular event.
I mean, let's be honest, every document that's written comes from a place that there has been a previous document, and we are working inside of a specific licensable area. But every document is also bespoke and written to that event, and every document goes to the safety advisory group every time. So, you know, I'm slightly insulted that the words copy and paste were used, because that would be inherently unsafe and risky, and would potentially be the end of my career, sir. So no, I you know, yes, a document comes from another document, and we've written many documents and they sit inside the license area, but every event is different and has to be approached and risk assessed as such.
Chair, I could put it another way, and just move the mic. Oh, sorry, someone's changed the one. I could put it another way. As a licensing committee, you have the duty not to use standard conditions upon licenses. That's fairly plain and open. However, many local authorities have a pool of conditions, and if you relate that to an event management plan. They have a pool of conditions which they tailor to the premises. That's exactly what happens with an EMP.
All points on both sides taken. Have you got any further questions?
Yes, please. Just about the bridleway, you talked about the hard standing, making it suitable for motor vehicles to use. Is that a permanent adaptation then of the bridleway?
It has been for as long as I've been alive, yeah.
Right.
The upkeep is all done within the farm. So we upkeep the road.
Thank you. No, I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few questions in a minute, but I'll go to my colleagues first. Perhaps start down this end this time. Councillor May, have you got any?
One question I wondered about was you've talked about looking at how events go and then perhaps making changes. Can you explain that process, how you review how things have gone at one event and how you learn for future events, and perhaps an example or two of how you've embedded change based on previous learning from events?
I mean, again, every event is slightly different in times, in running times, in the people that attend it. You know, I've been working there for, as I said, 13 years now. I've been doing this job twice, nearly, over twice that long. And there's always something to learn. You know, you can't dismiss that there's an improvement there or an improvement there. Anyone that says that you can't improve things. So we always do a debrief. We always do a debrief with SAG, as which has been included, I believe, in the bundle. And we're always learning and we're always trying to improve, whether it's ingress, egress, security, like anything is viewed and looked at every time we do an event. You know, we have, control logs, we have the Rob's reports, we have all of this that is reviewed post with the SAG process and internally ourselves.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. These are just a few items just to clear up a few doubts in my mind. You spoke about hotline and the fact that you do keep stats. Can you give us just a flavour of how many complaints you receive on the hotline for each? I appreciate they're all unique, but how many calls you tend to take on the hotline?
So I'm looking at a log here, which was for August 2022. There are 13 entries about things that have been logged. Some of them are, for instance, there's one about noise, which talks about the actions that were taken, that Mr. Miller went round and checked the sound levels. There are others that relate to things such as rubbish on the side of the road. But for the whole of that event, there are 13 calls.
Right. And is
I think some of them are probably actually repeated.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you suggest that was typical of any one event?
Well, let me put this in context of my experience of dealing with events up and down the country.
Sure.
That's a small number.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to sound levels. Do you actually log the sound levels that you take as you go around so you can review them subsequently?
Yes, absolutely. Every measurement that's taken is logged and noted down, and then that is submitted as part of the post-event SAG process. So a report is submitted sort of back up through the channels, just like we submit the noise management plan before the event. We submit a report after the event that details everything, and the Environmental Protection Officer will review that.
Now, again, I know that we're talking about unique events here, but And speaking about vehicles parking on site, typically how many vehicles do you normally cater for any of these events?
It really does vary. I'd say car usage can be up to 95% of the audience. For example, for Serials, 95% of the audience came by private car. We parked about 4,000 vehicles in the site for that event.
Right.
For the
Was that over the whole period, or?
Yeah, it was just it was 2 days.
Oh, yes.
But that was each day. Actually, the
Okay.
first day was busier than the second day. So 4,000 was our busiest day.
Sure.
For the Amafest event, I'd say about 85% came by private car. We probably parked about 1,500 vehicles
Right.
in the Western car park, and the rest used taxi services. So it does vary. I'd say anywhere between 75 and 95% using private cars, with
Right.
the taxis and coaches depending a bit on what the event is. If it's, a younger demographic, for example.
Thank you. Now, we've spoken about parking off-site as well, and the fact that it's advisable not to, on the basis that it's free parking anyway. Do you have a view why it might be that people are choosing to park outside of the festival site?
I've not observed parking off-site for attendees. We put measures in place to deter and prevent it, in terms of the no parking cones, signage that says no event parking, use on-site car parking, that kind of thing. It's not something I've observed has been a problem. We proactively put measures in to prevent it. I appreciate that in some of the representations there are comments around off-site parking, but I've not witnessed it personally.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. That's all right. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you have a point?
Sorry, yes,
Yes,
just
go ahead.
I've been looking at the log that you were asking me questions about, and just to set this in context, of those 13 calls, 6 were from unique individuals. So there were actually 6 complaints were made. Some of them are follow-up calls.
Chair, sorry, I was still waiting to make a comment. Thank you, sir. Just to basically reinforce what Ben was saying, we have always operated a free car parking policy on the site at the detriment to both the promoter and the landowner financially, but we've been very clear that we find it very important that people come onto the site and park responsibly. If we were charging for parking, which most events do across the country, it would push people onto the local network, and we appreciate that. Hence, we've always had free parking.
Thank you. Over to you.
I need a minute.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're right. Okay. You're not feeling too good. I'll ask some of my points if I could. And if you bear with me, I'll try, as I asked everybody to do at the start, to be succinct. I just want to get a more rounded picture, because I know the site, I know the area, but I've never been to an event there. And I just want to sort of understand it a little bit better. So Amafest, for example, how many security personnel, even if it's a rough estimate, but how many did you have, or do you have for an event like that?
I'm
not expecting you to know exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to guess. Firstly, again, reviewed by myself as a security expert. That is definitely one of my key areas, should we say. Reviewed by police, reviewed by SAG, etc., etc. I'm going to suggest that we had about 100 to 120 on the day, mixed between security, stewarding, etc., etc.
Yes.
That process of working out how many, and it's my company that surprised as an ACS, top 5% in the UK, etc., ACS company, that goes through several levels of scrutiny from our side, especially as a DPS, since I'm the one that then is responsible anyway. Ops director level, security manager level, gold command, event control, every aspect is there, and we've spoken a lot about Amafest, and potentially that there was short notice, but there were no complaints, no sound complaints, no traffic complaints, and no security issues with that event.
And can you just remind me, was it 7,500 who went to that? Or was it
7,499, sir?
Very good. If I'd had a complimentary ticket, I could maybe 7,500. But
I'd just like to, we send out 700, and this, I know we're jumping, but in reference to what you said, sir, we send out nearly I think it's about 700 letters per event. Every single one of those letters has the ability, obviously you don't live in the local area, for someone to go online and get a cheap ticket or a ticket deal.
Okay, we wondered about that.
We use a big mail process. I mean, I'm getting into the...
It's okay.
That goes out, you know, to Ashwell, to Newnham, to Bygrove. Every single event we've done that for 7 or 8 years now.
Thank you. Okay, so just moving on the security side of things, and we've heard you know, representations in the submission about not wanting to bother the police, etc., which I'm not pushing towards you guys, but I know from personal experience that there is a facility, isn't there, to pay for overtime for specific operation policing, and I just wonder whether that's something that you've ever considered, and just. What I mean by that is that rather than rely on the officers who'd be on duty during the period the event's on, that the landowner or the event organizer could actually pay for a certain number of police officers to be in the area. I'm not talking about taking over a security role, but you know, certainly in the villages and the environs. Is that something that's been considered at all with the police?
Let me just deal with the principle of it to start off with.
Yeah.
It's called Special Police Services, SPS.
Okay.
That's the concept. There is quite a lot of law around it, mostly in relation to football clubs for some strange reason or another. That requires a two-way agreement. And the difficulty that there is here is that the police don't have justification to enter into an SPS contract because actually the level of crime and disorder is exceptionally low.
Yep.
So even if the organizer wanted to do so, the police could well decline that.
Yeah, so it's not justified.
It's a two-way thing. And if we look at the SAG minutes, the police would be in a very difficult position legally enter into an SPS in this circumstance. But that's the point of having their own security.
Absolutely, and it's just whether an option had been looked at. But yeah, point well taken. If you excuse the pun, being left field, but I do know the locality, but I don't know the land ownership. Have you ever considered, for example, if there's any feasibility to remove the parking from the site and, for the sake of argument, contract it out to some fields near the A1 services, so that the reason I say this is probably obvious, but then run a shuttle bus system from wherever that parking it may be, from that main road, the old A1, up to the services, and then that would take all the cars, hopefully most of them, away. Is that something that's been considered? I don't know whether you own some of the land there or whether you
That's at Bulldog Services, no.
But I mean, sort of south of there, you know,
neighbouring farm and Northerns.
Right.
So,
okay.
but I mean, that would be, I think the A1, I think the Bulldog Services would get clustered with people on Saturdays and Sundays when it is busy.
Yeah.
It's, yeah, sorry.
In my humble experience, if you push parking away from a site and relay to shuttle buses, people will just drive to the site and park wherever. And that is a fact across the UK events. If you take your parking abstract as such, you create more parking and vehicle abandonment problems than us bringing them responsibly into the site and having control of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I certainly appreciate that there's a bit of you being hamstrung with the roads system. You know, it's not of your own design. We appreciate that, but it's clearly having quite a considerable effect on that traffic side of things. I think your colleague mentioned that you can sort of make an educated guess or a professional judgment on when the busiest times are going to be. And I think it was yourself, but certainly somebody said about considered whether a one-way system at some point would be suitable, and reviewed that and thought, well, it would cause more problems than not. Could you just put a little bit of meat on the bones around that? Because I just wonder, for the sake of argument, if the period of ingress is between 9 and 11 one particular morning, and then the egress is, for the sake of argument, 4:30 2 days later till 6:30. Is that not something worth revisiting to see if that would be a good idea to have a one-way system, or is that something that you've looked at and not feasible?
I think that the improvements that have been made to the site in recent years have meant that that option isn't something really which we're looking at this time. Now, to give some flavour as to the why, the one-way system that I considered some time ago was making Ashwell Road through Bygrave southbound only during the egress phase of events to get vehicles back out of the site and down to the A507 in good time. If we did that, we would need to put in place a diversion route for the residents of Bygrave, and they'd have to come Newnham Road all the way round through Ashwell and back. It's just such a lengthy diversion that I assessed that the impact on local people would be, the benefits wouldn't outweigh the cons. So reducing the risks by reducing the speed limit if required, adding slow event traffic signs and managing it in that way was at that time, which was a couple of years ago, developed as the option. Since that has taken place, the improvements have been made on the site footprint to enable better flow of traffic to allow us to route more traffic out the Newnham side, which again reduces that impact, the Bygrave side that takes that way. And then just to add my comments to the previous question about off-site parking, I think we've done that at other locations. It's very challenging with people deciding to try and walk back to their cars. If you've got to wait 10 minutes for a bus, next thing you know, they're trying to walk back to their cars, and there's safety risks with that. So it's not something which we generally look to. And I do think that this site it's fortunate to have such good parking facilities on site. The fields are flat, they're well drained. There's available really good runways into the site to accommodate large amounts of traffic that reduces queues on the road network. So I think there's a lot of positives to that.
Yeah, just a final follow up on that. If you decided, I hear you completely, it's probably not going to happen, but if you decided that you would like to have some sort of one-way system in place, is that a lengthy process with the local authorities to get that in place?
It requires a temporary traffic order. Traffic order lead times between 8 and 12 weeks.
Okay.
So it's not super.
It's doable by the sound of it. It's just whether it's the right.
For the serials event, we put in place a traffic order for the speed reduction, the placement of no waiting cones, and arrangements on the A507 to promote traffic flow. So we're used to doing traffic orders in the local area for the events. It's something which we could look at. And we do consider it. I think, in light of the kind of event-specific comments that have been made, we look at the forecast demands of each event, and serials is a good example of that. And then we put in place specific measures, be that temporary controls. And if something came in and I looked at it and thought the impact through Ashwell Road and Bygrave required a one-way system due to the expected volumes, then we'd apply for that. And there's no guarantee of approval. We'd put it in the traffic plan, we'd send it to the Highways Department, and we'd meet with them, and then it would be for them to approve that measure being clear.
But it's good to hear that those things are constantly under review. Just a couple of other quick points from me, then I'll hand back hopefully to my colleague. And forgive me if this has been mentioned already, but the numbers, the maximum numbers, capacity at events, if the license continues in some sort of form, what is the maximum capacity? Is it did I hear 25,000 or was 15? Could you just clarify that for me?
No,
so it's just under the 15, right? Okay, and that's per day.
One event,
yeah, per day.
One event per year.
So one event per year, and then the 2-day events.
Capacity is the capacity at that event.
Yes.
So no more than that number of people can be on site at that particular point.
Got you. So for a 2-day event would be?
It's the same capacity.
Right.
So
okay. Over the 2 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And I don't think camping has been mentioned yet. But do people camp at these events? And I don't need to see the map again, but whereabouts? I can remember what it looked like. Whereabouts do they camp? And perhaps just while you're answering it, with the proportion, roughly speaking, of how many people camp as opposed to day trips.
Predominantly, we've always pushed longer events, just because much as there may be more noise, there's less traffic, and because it's spread out over. Currently, over a 3-day event, let's say 75%, 80% of the people would be camping.
All right.
We really try and limit the day tickets, because actually the impact of day tickets on the local neighbourhood is much higher.
Yeah.
That's slightly different, and that's when we're doing a full weekend. If we're doing a 1-day event, we always finish much earlier to make sure, again, there isn't that late impact,
Yeah.
such as the Ammerfest that we talked about, which was a 2200 finish rather than a later finish where you've
Right.
got a camping weekender.
And then at 2200, people are away, and
Absolutely,
that'll
yes.
take quite some time, I imagine, to get out the car
About
parks and things.
90 minutes approximately.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Thank you for those clarifications. Councillor Allen, are you okay?
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Chair. I didn't ask to be blessed with the heart rate of a hummingbird, but here we are. So it's a bit distracting. So I hope you're going to just bear with me and my chaotic notes as I ask you just a couple of questions. And these aren't going to be any particular order or directed at anybody. So whomever is the most suitable person to answer, that would be great. Do you have to apply for a free ticket if you're a resident?
So when we send the residents letters out for every event, they're on every single letter. There is a you can apply through emailing, because we don't put the discount code in the resident's letter, because otherwise that would go everywhere. But there is either a link, depending on who's putting the event on. Sometimes it's a free ticket, sometimes it's a 50% discount, but that there is the ability for everyone that's in the impacted area to email myself and get that discount code through an email.
Okay, thank you. And do you have any data of the uptake of that?
My head, yes. Event dependent again, and it can be anywhere between 50 people to upwards of that for the serials, and slightly less for the more abstract events. So it's very, very variable, to be honest, but there's definitely an uptake, shall we say.
Okay. And I was going to ask about camping, tents and equipment. Councillor Johnson beat me to the punch, but I was going to, it was in reference to vehicles, people using vehicles and parking, presuming that if you're going to be doing any kind of camping or anything like that, you're going to be bringing said equipment. So you are probably going to need to bring a vehicle, and therefore shuttles and such would not be entirely suitable. Something I was going to ask about regarding the inaudible comments from earlier and what is and such, and sorry, bear with me. What's tolerable in noise for some might not be quite the same for others. The noise in the room is like, yes, I can hear the air conditioner. I can also hear every rustle of paper, every shuffle of feet, every movement of a chair and everything else, because that's how my brain works. And some of it is intolerable, but this would be perfectly normal for everybody else. So with that consideration regarding the noise levels, what's tolerable for someone walking around in an evening enjoying festivities or checking the noise levels and such around, late evening in the summer, would not be tolerable for those who are at home in bed with the window open because it's summer, trying to go to sleep. With regards to the noise levels, I'm going to get to the point in a minute, I absolutely promise you. With regards to the noise levels, what is the actual decibel level that's reached and what is measured within the villages? And how do you record that?
So the limits that we set are 48 dBA in the local villages, and that's over a 5-minute average, as we discussed earlier. So I won't go into that. Sorry, what was the second part?
What are we asking me to record my own words?
How do you record it?
Recording it, yes. So I have an electronic sound level meter. It's fully calibrated and has traceability for all of that. It's of a certain sort of class and accuracy, and those numbers are written down, and we take notes alongside that with sort of oral observations, if you like. And that is all recorded and put into the report, the post-event report that gets submitted after the event to the SAG.
And for the benefit of those of us aren't technically minor when it comes to something like sound engineers and stuff, what is 48 decibels equivalent to?
difficult to say, but it's it'd be similar to a car passing or
But
potentially
continuously.
yeah, but yeah, at a distance. It's difficult to compare the music noise to, say, other environmental noises. They are slightly different subjectively. So I don't want to mislead you by saying it's as loud as something, but you know, apples and oranges and all of that. So
Sorry.
I would say, yeah, at someone's property, no different to a car passing, or potentially even the aircraft going overhead, some of the lower aircraft, this site.
Which, you know, if that's a continuous thing for hours and hours and hours and hours, that would become intolerable. Sorry. Yeah.
Pick up on that.
Oh, sorry.
So obviously the level for the event is set because the event happens not every day, not every night. We're not talking about a pub at the end of the road here. We're talking about festival, you know, a couple of nights a year or a few nights a year here, rather than the pub at the end of the road that might operate 7 days a week.
Did have one final query. So obviously, that's good. Obviously,
I'm sorry, I was just conferring about the point you made about sensitivity.
Yes.
That some people are more sensitive than others. My understanding of the law as it stands at the moment is that sensitivity is not something that can be taken into account in assessing nuisance. You may have heard the phrase "the man on the Clapham omnibus," the average person, and that's the level that's to be taken into account. It's what a normal person without particular sensitivity would be affected by. That's where nuisance comes from. So I'm giving you that, having had that experience as an environmental health officer serving abatement notices in the past.
I believe it's usually referred to a reasonable person. Yes. So on the grounds of reasonable people have a responsibility to themselves for their conduct, their behaviour. As a licence holder, obviously, you know that you do have a responsibility for the people who attend your events. If there are, by claimed accounts, intoxicated people who find themselves sort of wandering down some unlit country lanes and anything up in the villages, suggests that some people are slipping out of the security net. But as I understand it, there hasn't been reports to the police about these incidents. But what I understand, you have touched on quite heavily about the security elements at your event. So what do you actually have in place at your event to stop that sort of thing happening? That's very, very vague, but I was hoping you'd be able to sort of...
Well, it's almost as vague as the allegations that are being made about people wandering around, because it's not quantified at all. We don't know whether that's once, twice, 10 times, 1,000 times. We just have no idea. But the measures that are in place, you've already heard about the patrols that take place, the security that are in place, who can be deployed. Now, of course, there is a limit to what any security person, whether they are SIA badged or otherwise, can actually do. But the festival and the events have security in place that can respond to calls and deal with those individuals. I rather suspect that if you found an individual wandering around, you might try and do something about that to cart them back to some sort of sensible and safe location.
I believe in all of the logs, we've got one where we were asked to attend where someone was urinating in someone's garden, which is our mobile patrol, which we have out at every sizable event that covers predominantly the Bygrave and Ashwell side, because it's quite tricky, as we've discussed, getting around the site. So we tend to leave them on that side. And that is for the bigger events. Let's be clear about that. It's when we're operating north of 7499. That attended and found no one. Again, you know, anything like that we've had come through on the community line, we absolutely would adhere to. I know they touched on the people walking back along the roads. It's well known that we had one event, which was the weekend of the diesel shortage, where we had a shortage of coaches turn up, and the A1 southbound junction was closed, and it took us 90 minutes to get the site cleared, and that included security picking people up, driving them to the local services, working closely hand in hand with everybody, because we had an unprecedented operational issue on the day. That's the one that they are saying that we didn't attend for. That's because we were very busy making sure everyone got safely off site. And yes, we absolutely are aware that some people walked home through Bygrave. Again, I'd draw your attention to that being once in 13 years that we've had a load of people say they walked back through Bygrave.
Would you indulge me one more?
Yeah.
Sorry. This is just excuse me, I'm sorry. This is somewhat come to mind with looking at the numbers and then the actual attendance. What do you hope to be doing in the future events wise that would allow upwards of up to 995 people on site when your current attendance for your events are a couple of thousand?
I mean, so to be very clear, you are correct. Our current events are running at a lower level. That is post-COVID, Russian. Am I continuing, sir? Sorry.
Sorry.
You put me off my stride. Obviously COVID had a massive economical effect on everything across the board. We know that. We came back out of COVID and there was a year where everything was quite decent. Then we've had a fallow year at Bygrave, but that is an events kind of across the board for events. Everything is now 25% more expensive. The smaller events of a particular model now struggle to operate at the 2,000, 3,000 level. We've seen 75 festivals cancel or go bankrupt in the last year. And I'm talking about all different kinds of festivals. Pubs are closing at the rate of 6 a week, national news this morning. My point being, for events to be financially viable and run safely and adhere to licensing regulations and to do everything properly, they need higher level capacities. Yeah, we obviously have that's probably the wrong forum now, but we obviously have a limit of how many over 7499. We're not looking to do 52 events a year. That's never been a thing. It'd be physically impossible. We talk about an unlimited license. It's not unlimited, is it? Because it's not realistic that we could open every day of the year. But the point being is the small economy events of specific, and we go back to the diversification, not just of the site, but also of the types of events that we're doing. We're moving into live action role playing. We've moved into, we're moving away from so many late night music events because the whole event industry, how do I sum it up? It's a bit of a pickle at the moment, I think would be the best way. So hence why are we operating at a low level? Because we're trying to build back up, and it's very difficult.
Thank you. I'm done.
Just, I think, one final point from me. The open mic event that Councillor Tyson referred to, I'm not sure I got my head around the definitive answer about that. Is this event that's being advertised as an open mic event, does that mean that members of the public are going to be coming up on stage or elsewhere in the venue on a microphone or not?
So that is a food festival. It's the vegan camp out we're talking about. Well, it is a food festival. There's 40 different food concessions. Yes, I agree. And there's a stage, there's talks, there's all sorts of different stuff. But it's not the public can walk onto a massive stage and just do what they like. Absolutely not. And even if it were to be, we would put stipulations and requirements and safety measures into doing that. It's not though, but we're not just handing the microphone over and running amok, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right, You'll probably be pleased to hear we've exhausted the questions. I think we're okay for a comfort break at the moment. Okay, we're going to move on. Thank you to all contributors so far, to the closing statements. And firstly, I'd like to invite the licensing officer. Does he have any final submissions he wishes to make to the subcommittee?
I do, Chair, but you'll be pleased to know much shorter than my opening speech. As I'm neutral in this point, I'm just going to give my observation on a few points that have raised during the hearing. It's for you to assess how much weight to put to my advice in the same way as everybody else that's addressed you today. In no particular order, just as they came up, Councillor Tyson's point about opening up the safety advisory group to other people. We're not saying no to that because it's a little club and we don't like outsiders. It's because, for the same reason that we don't release the EMP, there's very sensitive information there. There's commercially sensitive information there, personal data. We have to be very careful how we manage that and to protect councillors as well. Haven't really made this point in the past, but the safety advisory group, when they're giving advice to a licence applicant, if they look at the EMP and they say we're satisfied that EMP is suitable for the event, they've got some liability for that. And if something goes wrong and somebody dies, the safety advisory group could be potentially liable. And if we was to allow councillors or other to attend the safety advisory group, they would be liable as well. So it's for two reasons: sensitivity and liability. Just to clarify, the way the conditions are written, there is the option, as has rightly been said, that the conditions can be not waived, but the timescales can be amended if appropriate. On that point, it's important to place on record that there has been no licence breaches. There were 2 events held at short notice. We were approached to see if we would hold those events. And I've checked what the case officer did, and he wrote to each of the responsible authorities with the EMP and the appendices that were provided by the licence holder. And he worded his email in such a way as to explain the conditions, which were: we've been requested to reduce the timescale. Here's the EMP. Don't forget, you have a veto and you can stop this event going ahead if you're not happy. If we do not hear from you, we would assume that you are happy for the event to go ahead. Nobody triggered their veto. So the event management plan was acceptable to the responsible authorities. So it was me, if you're looking for somebody to blame, that said, yes, I will reduce the timescales and I will allow that event to go ahead. And it was really reassuring to hear that there was no issues at those particular events. In terms of licence breaches, I'm not making generalisations about what you experience as residents. That's obviously matters for you. The bridleway usage that came up, you'll be unsurprised to know that Mr. Payne was spot on. The Road Traffic Act 1988 deals with that particular issue, and because the bridleway is on public land, the landowner can use it for motorised vehicles or anybody visiting his land, so there wouldn't be an offence for the bridleway to be used on the FAR's land. Noise management. A lot has been said about inaudibility, and I resisted the temptation to jump in earlier, but one of the things that you have to be mindful of as a subcommittee is if you are minded to place a condition on a licence, it has to be enforceable. The term inaudible has no legal definition. It has been tested in a case, which I can't remember off the top of my head, where a condition was put on requesting inaudibility, and it was thrown out by the higher court on the basis that it was not enforceable because of the lack of consistency in people's hearing. That's the one. Perfect. So I would urge you as a subcommittee, if you are minded to impose any conditions, that you strongly avoid the word inaudible, because we will not be able to enforce it. What else have we got? Lastly, there is a right of appeal today to any parties to this hearing. That right of appeal is to the local magistrates court, which for this area is Stevenage. That appeal, including the grounds and the payment, has to be logged with the clerk of Stevenage magistrates within 21 days of you receiving the decision, which will be announced later today, hopefully. The decision that the subcommittee make today, whatever it is, does not take effect for that period of 21 days to see if anybody appeals. And if somebody does appeal, the decision of the subcommittee doesn't take effect till that appeal is disposed of by the court. And lastly, just because there's been a review today, assuming that there is a licence still in place, that doesn't preclude a review from being requested in the future. But there is a test within the Act of repetitiveness. And so you couldn't, when I say you, I mean the public in general, couldn't ask for a review on exactly the same grounds without new evidence. And our policy specifically states that we would not expect to receive a review on similar grounds without new evidence for a period of 12 months. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll avoid even whispering about inaudibility, I think. Does the Bygrave Parish Council rep have any final submissions they wish to make to the subcommittee?
Yes, please. Just a few points from the conversation, then I have a statement. So first of all, coming back to the complaints made to the helpline, just a few points to make on that. I know a gentleman referred to the August 2022 event. I believe there were more complaints than the May one. So Mr. Farr shared those with me. But I'd also say there's actually a small number of homes near there, so you wouldn't expect a whole raft of complaints. And people go away when the events are going to be on. And also some people have found that making complaints has made no difference at all, so they haven't bothered. So I just ask you to treat that with a little bit of caution, if I may. As regards security staff, I know Mr. Grinsmith gave an explanation from his professional experience how he goes about this. I would just like to make the observation that if the event had gone ahead at Hounslow, I believe they were looking at double the number of security staff, including 5 dog units and 25 response teams. When you read that as a resident, it sets a few alarm bells ringing. I believe there are 2 response teams operating around Bygrave. And the final point was around the nighttime noise. And, you know, I understand the comments that Mr. Miller was making about some people being more sensitive, but on that little diagram of the street that I showed you, I showed 13 out of 21 houses complaining about nighttime noise. So I find it a little unlikely that 13 out of 21 are oversensitive, or to use the other words, abnormal. So you know, there clearly is a problem, and I hope you can see that. I recognise, and it was actually very helpful what you shared with us, Mr. Cobb, about the difficulty of inaudible. It's sort of in the licence terms as is at the moment because it refers to the code of practice. And I'd just like to repeat the comment made earlier that actually the easiest way to enforce that and gives certainty to the villagers is to apply a cut-off point. You'll all have heard of, you know, microphones being pulled at events like Glastonbury. So, you know, that would give us comfort as to knowing exactly what time it's going to start to go quiet. Then my closing comments. So we've heard about the licence holders' drive to diversify their business and improve revenues for this area of land. And we understand this. And we're not saying no more festivals, but licensing rules still need to be adhered to. I've explained about the significant impacts the festivals have on people living in Bygrave and other nearby villages. how villagers' lives and well-being are being significantly adversely impacted. This is not only unreasonable and unfair, but it also breaches the licensing principles, all 4 licensing principles. In section 8.16 of his report, the licensing officer states that the subcommittee should be aware of the council's vision for licensing and seek to balance any reasonable disturbance against the benefits to the district, especially the local community. And I know we keep going through it, but paragraph B10, the council's licensing policy states that in making a balanced decision, the council accepts that the level of disturbance that is reasonable in a rural location will be less than in a town centre location. It goes on to state that this could be addressed by reduced licensable activity timings, particularly in the evenings and early mornings, and the frequency of activities. And whilst a one-off event may cause some reasonable disturbance, it will be more tolerable than an event lasting multiple days or occurring numerous times throughout the year. So considering first the benefits to the local community, so clearly there's some financial benefit to some of the companies who are involved with running the festivals, but is that a community benefit? And many of those involved in hosting events come from outside the locality. So I'd suggest that the only true community benefit is in terms of the local people who attend the festivals. And my understanding is that local attendance has dwindled in recent years from the original Farfest days. There's been a focus on niche festivals, which are largely frequented from people outside the locality. And this has been exacerbated by hosting festivals which, until weeks beforehand, were to be held miles away from Bygrave. So there's very little community benefit to take into account when considering what would be reasonable disturbance for local people to incur. So in terms of what might be reasonable, I think it's a little bit easier to think about what might be unreasonable. So being unable to sleep at night because of the noise till 4 a.m. or even later at weekends and on consecutive nights. Being unable to use our own gardens because of the noise. Having to listen to profane language. Being unable to safely and easily use the road, the one road leading to and from our homes. Having our safety compromised by gridlocked roads. People urinating in our village. People defecating on the public footpaths and around the site. Drugs, paraphernalia and litter strewn on the public footpaths and in the village. Feeling unsafe in our own homes. Having to change our plans at short notice. And having to choose between, on the one hand, putting up with the horrendous impacts of the festivals, and on the other hand, incurring the cost, inconvenience, and worry of leaving our homes to stay elsewhere when the festivals are on. And having to endure these impacts on consecutive nights, multiple times throughout the summer, with no limit and no end in sight. So I appeal to the licensing subcommittee to put an end to our misery and to review the licence, to make changes to the licence that will provide much needed clarity and certainty for villagers. Changes which address the problems we encounter and ensure that the council's statement of licensing policy is adhered to, particularly paragraph B10, which addresses acceptable disruption in a rural location. So I've already explained what we think would be reasonable licence conditions going forward. And they go, they're far more permissible than was perhaps suggested under B10, suggesting one event, but perhaps only one day in length. I was very encouraged to hear Mr. Farr say that he thinks that we are close to agreement. He said that earlier today, and perhaps one meeting just between us would have sorted things out. So I'm really feeling quite optimistic at the moment that this would be acceptable to them. On behalf of Bygrave Parish Council, I would like to thank everybody here for their time today, and we really do appreciate being listened to. Thank you.
Thank you also. Does the other person supporting the review have any final submissions he wishes to make to the subcommittee?
There's very little I want to add to that, really. Just to pick up a couple of points about about noise, and I appreciate the work done by Rob, is it, on the Tim, Rob? I'm mixing you all up, Tim, Rob, sorry about that. On the noise measurements, In fact, I've seen you out there with your equipment as I've done my rounds during recent events. But I would also like to add the point that I don't know what part our environmental health officer has played in measuring the levels at recent events, and whether it might be a good idea if they were a bit more active as well. And then noticed that they've chosen not to be part of this process today. The disruption from some of the events, well, it's been mentioned that there was one significant occasion where the transport failed to materialize, and there were some quite nasty scenes at the end of that, in the sense of not personally witnessing misbehavior, but just a general sorrow at the fact that so many, and it wasn't a handful, it was literally hundreds and hundreds of young people were having to make their way on foot from the event site to presumably Baldock Station late at night. And when I phoned the police about that, they were unaware of what was going on. And then when I called them again, they had some people out at the Baldock end, but no one was escorting any of the young people through. And they were also spotted by other people making their way out of Newnham. People were found in Ashwell who've gone the wrong way for whatever reason. And I think, okay, I mean, the license holder may say, well, it's not our problem once they've left the site, but at the same time, that was a sad occasion to have to witness that, and we wouldn't want anything like that to happen again. And that had been, it was something that I was going to mention anyway, because it hadn't come up in the context of this meeting previously. The SAG debrief, SAG minutes were supplied as exemplars of good practice, but one notable exception was this particular event. On the subject of trends in festivals, I take the point that the landscape is changing commercially, and that events are, well, music festivals aren't as proving to be as successful as they maybe once used to be. And it's not just the small scale ones. I've read or heard on the news just, I think probably last week, that Strawberry Fair in Cambridge is cancelled this year. Cambridge Folk Festival's cancelled. These are not small scale events. So, I mean, everybody's on the sharp end of that. And I wouldn't say that necessarily making bigger events would sort of resolve that particular problem. Just one more comment about the vegan camp out event that I mentioned before. This is not a food festival, it's a music festival. And I did read out some comments from their Facebook page, and I'll do it again. It says the Jungle Stage has officially announced 39 different DJ sets. All DJ sets are an hour, except for the 4 headline sets that are 2 to 3 hours each night. It goes on, and the thing, Chair, about the open mic, this is within the context of this event. The notes here say there's going to be lots of live music acts on the music stage, the official after party each night, and open mic sessions on the Hemp Redemption stage. These are all different areas to the Jungle and still to be announced. So we'll wait and see about that. But I think that this is quite clearly being marketed as a music festival and not as some cute sort of 3-day barbecue festival, whatever. Okay, so, and then just in conclusion, I haven't really got anything to add to my comments from beforehand. Just to say that the distressing thing for the local residents is the uncertainty about when events are coming up. They're distressed by a degree of nuisance caused by the events under the license, primarily late night noise and also during the daytime. But disturbance at night, it's a noise nuisance if it keeps you awake. And that's my opinion, whether it's inaudible or not. And the license is for an unrestricted number of events. And I think that creates even greater degree of uncertainty, not knowing how many events to expect. Thousands of vehicle movements through local villages on a road infrastructure that doesn't really have the capacity for that amount of traffic is something we've already mentioned as well. And I think that as I say, generally speaking, the residents' uncertainty about what's going on, how late at night the noise will be, they'll be expected to tolerate, and the levels of traffic through the villages are serious issues that could be addressed by reducing the hours of the events and the number of the events to a finite, restricted number. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you too. Does the premises licence holder representative have any final submissions he wishes to make to the subcommittee?
I think it would surprise you if I said no. So the answer to that one is yes. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm conscious that there are things about this application that are in order, things that are not. And I'd like to start by saying what this application is and what it isn't. To start with, this is a premature application. You've heard the evidence given to you today about the way that the licence holder has sought to interact with the parish council and the way that the parish council has not, since 2022, sought to interact with the licence holder. Put it simply, the licence holder needs to know that there's a problem in order to address that problem. Now, the licence holder has been to the parish council at its own initiative. It has been to speak to others in the area at its own initiative and tried to resolve matters. You've heard, and the evidence before you is from Mr. Farr, if we'd had one more meeting, perhaps we might have got there. There was no notice, and you will recall I picked up on this point in my questions. There was no notice to the licence holder that a review was going to be submitted last year. Parish Council leapt to a review. It may have been planning it for some time, but one would have anticipated that a reasonable approach, especially if an authority, if you can call it, that's not an authority in the sense of a licensing authority, but a body representing its residents, would have taken an incremental approach to enforcement. Now, that phrase is one with which you will be entirely familiar, not least because of the framework for better regulation and the way that approaches should be taken. So what we say is that this is a premature application. We're disappointed that we're here. We could, I'm sure, have resolved some matters before this came to a review. But what I have to say is that in terms of the conditions that have been suggested, clearly not in those terms, simply because they are so restrictive, it would be of the same effect as revoking the licence. Now, we know that we're not here. This application is not seeking to revoke the licence. What it is trying to do is to seek to find a way of making the events happen on site in a way that doesn't adversely affect those living in the vicinity. And that, surprisingly or not, is a motive for the licence holder. The licence holder has no wish to disturb people in the area. It has no wish to cause traffic chaos. Those things are entirely counterproductive. And that is why we have the two experts that you have sitting on the end who have prepared plans and made sure that the proposals are adequate. Now, it's not just the two experts that have been employed by the licence holder, but also all those responsible authorities that perform the role of participating in the safety advisory group. Now, unless you're going to take the approach the safety advisory group is incompetent, which I don't think you do, what you have to do as a matter of course is say, well, the safety advisory group have considered appropriately the plans and have balanced that difficult line that you as members also have to balance and walk in deciding what action is required. The action that is required has to be a very narrowly balanced one between the rights of the licence holder and the rights of the resident. We recognise that. And you have to act in a way that's proportional. Now, Mr. Cobb referred to this in his report to start off with, and I'm grateful for that, about the approach to enforcement, which is effectively what we are looking at here today. And it's helpful to look at some of the case law. You'd be disappointed if I didn't mention case law, I'm sure, that's looked at enforcement. Now, probably the leading case that I'd like to throw towards you is a case between the Secretary of State for Health, ex parte, Eastside Cheese from 1999. Now, the details of that particular case are particularly irrelevant, but the decision of the court is very relevant. And the decision of that court was, where there is a choice between several appropriate measures, recourse must be had to the least onerous, and the disadvantage caused must not be disproportionate to the aims that are pursued. So on one hand, we have the applicants here suggesting that you should impose a restriction on the number of events and close them down at 11 o'clock at night. That would, in my submission, be tantamount to revoking the license. The license would not be sustainable. Events would not be sustainable on that model. So that would be the same as revocation. So the difficulty you have is, what would a proportional response be? Well, I've tried to assist you with that, and I've tried to assist you and identify some of the key issues which have been raised by the parish council in the representation. What this application is, in some ways, is a setting out of concerns and not knowing. That's a point that has recurred throughout today. We didn't know this was going to happen. We got short notice. Things changed at the last moment. That is a matter that can be simply resolved by some minor amendment to the existing license conditions. Now, on the pack that we have given you at page 81, I've made a number of suggestions. The conditions that we suggest are amended are condition 1A and 1B, which talks about notification of events to the licensing authority 6 months or 3 months, depending on the type of event, before the event happens. Okay. So the proposal there is actually to include the parish council within the notification process. That is part way towards what they were after all along in my submission. And it deals with that point as well, not quite of being involved with the safety advisory group, but at least knowing when events are being planned. There would be no opposition from our part to amend that condition so that the council, the parish council, is notified as well. But we cannot leave it there. And clearly problems have been perceived by residents of Bygrave. And some of those, they say, haven't been reported. Some of them have been reported. And in looking at what has been given to you in evidence, I would encourage you to be very careful indeed. Much of the evidence that has been provided is anecdotal. It's certainly not empirical. You can't work out how many times something has happened. And there are 1 or 2 comments in there which quite clearly mistake this review application for another application that's been submitted for variation of the license. And you will see that there is time and time again referred to it would happen, or it is proposed, or something in the future, conjecturing what might happen in the future. So take that with a great pinch of salt. And I know we're not a court in this hearing, but bear in mind that a court would normally expect to see, and you've already heard about the rights of appeal, would normally expect to see, for example, statements and clear statements from individuals. You don't have that in this particular case. But there is clearly something that needs to be addressed, and we do not want to shy away from making sure that there are improvements made and there are advances made in terms of the license. And that is why, in terms of the complaints that are said to be made, we suggest a new condition about having a hotline, which already exists, and making that number available. That can be done through the newsletter, that can be done through the information letter that goes out, that can be given to the parish council as part of this notification process, so that everybody in the parish knows which number to call. And that will, to pick up on the point from the panel earlier, deal with the question about something is happening now, we need action now. The event can send out staff, security staff if needed, to go and deal with that issue. It does not put a imposition upon the police force, who've got frankly quite enough to do, as we've already heard. It is the license holder making sure that they are acting in a responsible way. So we suggest that as part of the conditions. The next condition, again, goes to something that the parish council was looking for, that there is an annual meeting. Clearly, this has all fallen apart in this situation through perhaps a lack of coordination, a lack of communication, and that can be done by the licence holder offering to meet with the parish council on at least an annual basis. And that is something that we freely offer. You've already heard that overtures were made to meet with the parish council to try and resolve matters. And then finally, the last thing, which was about feedback and learning from experiences, the amendment of condition, environmental protection condition 4, and that is that there is a post-event report provided, not just to the licensing authority to go through the safety advisory group, but also to the parish council. That, we say, is the way that this application can be dealt with in a proportional and fair manner. It can address those concerns, but it can still protect the licence and enable events to go on in a responsible way. Now, I conclude by saying that the professionals in this, those that are the responsible authorities, have made it quite clear that they do not support the application for review. There is no representation supporting the parish council in its approach. The responsible authorities, to a man or woman, have quite clearly said through the safety advisory group, these proposals, this event is entirely satisfactory. And I take you back to the point that I made very beginning, that this event management plan is well written. That is what we have. We just need to improve on the communication. We're more than willing to do that. And so for that reason, what we suggest is that the decision of the committee is to impose these amended conditions upon the licence, but take no further action. That would be proportional, in my view. Anything more, and certainly anything that impinges on the viability of the festival that could be tantamount to revocation, certainly would not be proportional. So, Chair, unless there's anything else that I can assist you with, I think that concludes the points that I have to make.
Thank you. Can I please? Yes, sorry, there's a question from Mr. Cobb.
Mr. Payne, sorry to butt in, but just a question for you. In terms of the first condition that you proposed in terms of the telephone number and the logbook, etc., I won't read it all out, but it's a helpful condition. To make it more meaningful, would you be prepared to add an additional line on that to say, and after the event, the log, including the actions taken, is supplied to the licensing authority?
Yeah, that's pretty much what is done already, I believe. So there's no problem with that at all.
Just makes it more enforceable if there's a point behind the condition.
Yes, I mean, you've got right to see documents produced in the course of a licensable activity anyway, so the right is there. I don't have any problem in this occasion on duplicating a provision that's already existed.
No, it makes more sense rather than have us, if we have to ask for it, it looks like something's been hidden.
That's fine.
I believe you'd like to make a point as well. That's fine.
Thank you. I was so Mr. Cobb kindly made me aware that the license holder was going to suggest some changes to the conditions. So I have communicated, I'm not going to say talked, that was true. We've swapped emails back and forth between the parish council members. So I don't know if it would be helpful if I was to give you the parish council's views on the conditions, and it was asked that maybe it would be helpful if we were able to do that, but obviously that's a decision for the chair.
I personally haven't got a problem. Just bear with me a second, the legal advisor. Yeah, I think it's reasonable, isn't it? A holistic approach, absolutely.
I'm conscious that you're breaking procedure here by affording a further opportunity to comment for the applicant. I'm content if the response is yes, we accept those conditions. If it's to question those conditions, then I just raise the point that you're breaking procedure.
Okay, well, and a fair comment. So without wanting to preempt anything, if you're going to be asking further questions or making comments around it that aren't in agreement, then it's a fair comment really that you shouldn't be making those at this juncture. Would you like to make any positive comment around it or not?
In that case, no.
Okay.
For me, so
yes,
yeah, I'm not saying this is wonderful. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that's probably sensible at this stage. Yeah, I appreciate the sentiment, but I think, yeah, I think it's reasonable to call a halt there. Okay, we don't want to break procedure too much, do we? Can I please? Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
It's mindful that the statement from Mr. Hills hasn't been read out yet, but are you happy? You've got it in your papers. Are you happy to take it as read, or would you like? We're right at the end of the procedure, but can you take it as?
Have you got a view on that, whether you want to read it out or we'll take it as read?
I think take as read. That's probably the sensible thing. You've had it, we've had it. There's no sense in just reading it aloud. I don't think it adds anything to the proceedings.
Yeah, thanks for pointing it out, but yeah, I think it makes sense. Okay, so I will hand over then to the legal advisor to summarise any legal issues that have been raised at this hearing.
Chair, I think you've heard evidence with regard to the review, and you've also heard evidence in response to the review. And I think you need to determine the application based on the evidence that you've heard. Be mindful of the evidence from the police for the reasons that were set out right at the very start. I have nothing really further to add on that.
Thank you. Just for my colleagues as members, do any of you have any questions for the legal advisor?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, before we move on, I just want to say thank you again. It's been a long day so far. It's going to be a bit longer, but I really appreciate the measured approach from everybody. It's not the easiest thing, is it? But thank you for that. I would like to invite the committee member and scrutiny manager to explain the next part of the process.
Thank you, Chair. So the subcommittee will now be retiring to make a decision in private. Public in attendance and viewing the meeting online are welcome to wait and listen to the decision. However, this might take some time. Once the subcommittee has made a decision, this will be announced in the council chamber and via the YouTube live stream. As previously advised, we will not wait for parties to return to the chamber in order to make this announcement. If members believe that a decision will take too long, to avoid parties waiting, they may decide not to announce the decision live today. If this is the case, an announcement will be made to this effect by the subcommittee and the meeting will be closed. The decision would then be announced in writing within 5 working days of the meeting. Members of the public in person should not approach or communicate with members of the subcommittee during the decision-making process, and the decision has been made public. Can I therefore ask that members of the public stay in the chamber until members of the subcommittee have left with the committee clerk to a private room on floor 1? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Just to say thank you for your patience. It's much appreciated. You'll appreciate that it's quite a complex application to review, so we've taken it very seriously, as you can imagine. But we really appreciate everybody hanging around for the decision. Just to run through very quickly, I'm going to hand to the legal advisor shortly, just to make an opening comment. Excuse me. Then they'll come back to me, and then I'll read the decision notice in full. You're probably aware that that'll be the extent of the communication. I'll read it out, refer to some sections, and then there'll be no time for any, no ability for questions. The hearing will be closed. So I'll just hand to the legal advisor, please, to make a comment.
Just to say that during deliberations, I did give some advice to members in relation to the conditions that were offered up by premises license holder, and there being a slight variation to those within the existing license conditions. And members have considered those, and you'll hear further from the chair in relation to the decision reached.
Thank you. Hopefully my croaky throat will last. Okay, the decision notice. The date of hearing, Monday, the 17th of February, 2025. And the members of the panel, as you're aware, are Councillors Allen, myself, Johnson, Councillors May and Willoughby. The premises licence holder, AE and WA FAR Limited. And the premises address, Bygrave Plantation, land adjacent to 1 Codicut Road in Newnham, SG75JZ. The date of the application was the 17th of December 2024, and the application for review was for a review of a premises licence under Section 51 of the Licensing Act 2003. The subcommittee has read the material presented to it and has listened to all the evidence and submissions. The subcommittee has considered the national guidance and the statement of licensing policy and has come to the following decision. The subcommittee has decided to modify the conditions of the premises licence. Amended licensable activity timings. Section F, recorded music indoors and outdoors. These hours are now amended: Mondays 10 a.m. to 11 p.m, Tuesdays 12 p.m. to 11 p.m, Wednesdays 12 p.m. to 11 p.m, Thursdays 12 p.m. to 11 p.m, Fridays 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning, Saturdays 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning, Sundays 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Please note that the timings for any evening leading into an English bank holiday shall be extended to 1 a.m. Section E, live music indoors and outdoors. These have been amended: Mondays 10 to 11 p.m, Tuesdays 12 to 11 p.m, Wednesdays 12 p.m. to 11 p.m, Thursdays 12 p.m. to 11 p.m, Fridays 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning, Saturdays 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning, Sundays 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. As with the recorded music, the timings for any evening leading into an English bank holiday will be extended to 1 a.m. Conditions proposed by the licence holder in response to the review. The premises licence holder has offered up the following conditions to assist in the promotion of the licensing objectives. Conditions 1 and 5 have been amended by the subcommittee to reflect the condition offered up and include wording from the existing condition on the licence. This is the part that my legal advisor referred to. Condition 1 being offered up. New condition. The licence holder shall require that a telephone number be provided to the Bygrave Parish Council for the reporting of any complaints from persons living in the area related to licensable activities held under this licence on the licensed area. This number shall be monitored throughout the event, and details of any complaints received, investigations undertaken and corrective actions taken shall be noted in an incident logbook. The number shall further be displayed on any website used by the licence holder for the promotion of the event. After the event, the incident logbook is to be provided to the licensing authority within 28 days. Condition 2, new condition. The licence holder shall require the event organiser to offer to meet with Bygrave Parish Council on at least an annual basis to discuss events that are proposed to have or have taken place on the site since any previous meeting. Condition 3, amendment to condition 1 (A) (1). The premises licence holder will provide notification of such events to the licensing authority and Bygrave Parish Council no later than 6 months prior to the commencement of the event, save where agreed with the Safety Advisory Group. This notification will provide the name of the event type, including licensable activities and relevant zones to be used within the site, the date of the event, including start and finish times, and the anticipated capacity of the event. Condition 4, amendment to condition 1B (1). For all other events, the premises licence holder will provide notification of such events to the licensing authority and Bygrave Parish Council no later than 3 months prior to the commencement of the event, save where agreed with the chairman or representative of the Safety Advisory Group. This notification will provide the name of the event type, including licensable activities and relevant zones to be used within the site, the date of the event, including start and finish times, and the anticipated capacity of the event. Condition 5, amendment to environmental protection condition 4. The premises licence holder shall ensure that a post-event report is provided to the licensing authority, the council's noise control officer and Bygrave Parish Council no later than 31 days after an event which required a noise management plan. This timescale shall remain in place unless otherwise agreed in writing by the council noise control officer. The report shall include the details of all noise monitoring carried out during the event, indicating whether or not compliance to all the noise criteria was achieved, details of all noise complaints received, and any remedial action taken to minimise noise disturbance off-site. Effect of failing to comply with conditions explained to applicants. The effect of failure to comply with any of these conditions attached to the licence or certificate is a criminal offence which upon conviction would result in an unlimited fine or up to 6 months imprisonment or both. Statutory guidance considerations. The subcommittee has taken into account the guidance issued in the section 182 of the Licensing Act 2003, December 2023 version, in reaching its decision. It's found the following sections to be of particular relevance in reaching this decision. These sections and the one coming up shortly are quite extensive. I'm not going to read them all out now, but they are part of the written report that will be published very soon. Licensing policy considerations. The subcommittee has taken into account the North Hertfordshire District Council's statement of licensing policy in reaching its decision. They have found the following sections to be of particular relevance in reaching this decision, as my comments a minute ago. All sections will be published. Rationale for decision. Point 1. In coming to its decision, the subcommittee has listened to the comments addressed by both parties at this hearing. Excuse me. The subcommittee is mindful to strike a healthy balance between the applicant of the review, the supporting parties and the premises licence holders to support their business. In addressing the public nuisance licensing objective, members have taken a balanced approach and have considered the close proximity of the premises and the local residents. Members are satisfied that by varying the hours for the licensable activity of the recorded music indoors and outdoors, and live music indoors and outdoors, This will address many of the concerns raised within the representations. Members had regard to evidence given by the applicant and those supporting the review in relation to unactioned complaints logged via the hotline relating to noise. In response, the premises licence holder indicated this was due to them addressing a traffic/pedestrian issue at the conclusion of an event. Members are satisfied that the decision to reduce timings for recorded and live music will address the public safety dispersal, public nuisance and protection of children from harm licensing objectives. It is also anticipated that this will give the applicant and local residents more certainty and clarity over noise cessation. Members have had regard to all the issues submitted as part of the review and submits that the earlier cessation in recorded and live music will address many of the concerns raised within this review application. Members have noted the concerns raised with regard to traffic management, which has been heard and acknowledged by the premises licence holder, and it is hoped that further consideration will be given upon each planned event to minimise disruption to the applicant and local residents. Point 6. Members are satisfied that they have heard no evidence relating to the prevention of crime and disorder licensing objective. The commencement date. This decision will come into effect from the end of the period for appealing the decision, 21 days starting tomorrow, or if the decision is appealed, the point at which the appeal has been dealt with by the Magistrates' Court. Rights of review. At any stage following the grant of a premises licence, a responsible authority such as the police or any other person, such as a resident living in the vicinity of the premises, may ask the licensing authority to review the licence because of a matter arising at the premises in connection with any of the 4 licensing objectives. The review is a request for the council to look at the existing licence and decide whether its conditions are adequate to meet the 4 licensing objectives defined under the Licensing Act 2003. Ordinarily, a further review would need to focus on matters at the premises following this review. It should not be used to revisit issues raised at today's hearing. The licensing authority can refuse a further review on the grounds that it is repetitious. That ends the decision notice, and thank you once again for attending and your patience.